jump too many spaces, but you can't be replaced. You're a superstar, and I can feel you in my arms. Moves and really song, the beat is pounding out my heart. Funky until it's gone, and I can say what we'll become. Am I insane? I'm delusional, baby. Girl, you're killing every move and breaking all the rules, and your hips don't lie, making an offer I can't refuse. Damn, maybe the only thing I know about you's your name, so I'll wear it out, and one day you might wear mine through a ring. I know I may just be a face in the crowd that doesn't faze me. I sing loud, you're a superstar, and I can feel you in my arms. The beat is pounding out my heart, and I can say what we'll become. Am I insane? I'm delusional, baby.
Wow, look at that. Oh god, I have 2 Obsi bots up there. That's a problem. Hang on, I need to fix that. Why are there 2 of you? Okay, there's the small one. There we go. Okay, and then I gotta change. I changed the filters on it. It's supposed to look like it's actually on the. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing, for sure. I am actually currently waiting for my breakfast to finish cooking in the air fryer, so I think it'll take a second to go grab that whenever it's done. But we are continuing our Burnice fan art. For those of you on YouTube, you're probably wondering, like, what do you mean continuing? We've never seen this. I've been working on it on Twitch, but I have not been streaming on YouTube. I think we're trying to change that. We're going to try doing some other stuff. Doing art sessions and things over here on YouTube as well. Might be fun. It's a little bit different from like the usual like Honkai and other stuff content, but like maybe you guys will like it. Still Hoyo inspired to some extent. But yeah, we are going to continue work on this. What I need to do right now is, last session we did this. Let's go ahead and just turn off the border and this thing here. So we finished doing a lot of like the basic line art, but I need to go back through and add in thicker lines to kind of emphasize certain spots. It's a little bit easier to see what's going on when you do that. And then we can go use this gray layer here as the basis for our flats, and we can start putting in flats. And maybe we'll get to rendering. I don't actually know. I need to pull up some reference images for Burnice because I do not remember how she looks. Because I don't actually play Zenless. Ironically. But you know, that might change. Maybe in the future we'll do some streams for that here on both channels. Okay, we got one reference. Okay, here's the model ref sheet. Oh, Well, somebody over there on Tumblr has posted all the reference images I need. Thanks, Tumblr. Words I thought I would never say. It's a little low res, but that's fine. We'll make it work. I can figure out the details later. An error occurred. Please turn away. Hold on. Did YouTube fuck up? Don't do that. You definitely should be communicating properly. There it goes. Okay, it's working fine. Alright, so we just got to start adding in thicker lines to this, which is... Where is that layer? Oh, I'd already made a layer for that. I just haven't done it yet. I think... What was the line size that we were using last time? Okay, yeah, 7 will probably work if we do that. It's going to take some time because it's basically just tracing over everything. I might end up adjusting some stuff that's in the liner right now, but I don't know yet. It should end up cleaning up a few things, though, which would be nice. Let's do what I always do and start with hair. This piece is also kind of a bit of an experiment, and I don't know if I've set it up correctly, but Clip Studio Paint can do like a recording of how like all the digital stuff you're doing. So like if I do for that, and I think I set that as the thing initially, so we would record everything that I was doing, and then like export it as like a video. Because I was gonna upload that as its own thing instead of just like streaming it, but I don't know if it does that through multiple sessions to do it every time, or if it only did it for like the first one, or if I even have it at all now. Like, I don't know. It's not a thing I've ever really figured out. But it would be pretty cool if I could have that for all of the sessions, just sitting it once at the start of the project and then just never having to do it again. Because then I could have more art videos for Strim, which I think could be fun. Or not for Strim, for the channel. Yeah, this seems like the right size for this. I'll do some cleanup on it, but that's fine. Still deciding if I like the way her eyes look here or not. I may end up adjusting that. We can try it with the flat, see if I feel any better about it, but I might end up adjusting it. The rest of this shouldn't change this, so. If we're taking like a random like section of the cutscene that she does this pose in, where she's not even like the focus of the cutscene, and turning it into something, I feel like this is coming along pretty nicely, all things considered. Oh, and in the background, for those who do not know, and I guess I should probably put a link to this in the YouTube description, we've got the Study with Miku playlist from the official Hatsune Miku thing, like their YouTube channel. It's only like 4 or 5 videos, but this is starting to become my go-to for BGM. So, if you guys want to support that, go use the channel. Or use like Lo-Fi Girl, that's also a good one. I thought about putting them on in the background too. Of course, everybody knows Lo-Fi Girl, that's just like the one everybody is familiar with. Oh yeah, that'll clean up easily. Okay. This is probably not the most efficient way to do this, I feel like, but it's fine. She's got a lot of stuff going on in her hair, doesn't she? Mihayo is nothing if not consistent about making very complicated character designs. Not that I can complain, considering that they have influenced my own character designs, so all my characters are, like, really complicated. Or they've gotten more complicated as the years have gone on. They definitely didn't start that way. I think my food might be ready. Might need to go check that. Yeah, I'll let you guys take in a little bit of this, or maybe some part of it. I mean, not the whole thing. We'll be right back. I gotta go grab my foods. Okay, we're back. I have breakfast and coffee. Oh, we're close to being back. I gotta, like, sit down first. I really should have got up earlier. Hello, hello? Irisol, hello. I got me right as I got back from eating breakfast. Or grabbing breakfast. I haven't actually eaten yet, but... Nice running, found Well, welcome, welcome. Good to have ya. So, to reiterate what we've been up to, I started this Burnice fan art, like, end of last year. And I got distracted, there was some real life stuff that happened, but we've been working on this for a bit, and last session, a couple weeks back, we finally finished the base line art. I'm thickening up lines right now, and we'll do some cleanup to emphasize different sections of the piece, and then we'll go into flats, which will be based off of this gray layer here. But yeah, it's always good to see new faces. Seeing as you seem to be new, my name is Obsidian. The character up on screen is my mascot. That's Coco. Also, why is this showing... Wait, OBS, did you put... It did put that over there, okay. Yeah, so that Coco is my VTuber model slash mascot, and then Obsibot is technically where my voice comes from, but that's the little, like, cat eye orb thing. Looks nice already? Yeah, thanks. I was saying just before I went to go stop to go get some breakfast that, like, there's probably more efficient ways to do this, but I feel like this is a very effective way to do very clean stuff. So right now, we're just adding these thicker lines here, and eventually I'll come back and start cleaning up, like, sharpening to the points. So, like, we're in this whole other layer above, like, the base layer here. So we're adding these thick lines to emphasize, you know, where her hair is separated out, where different clothes separate, so we can have, like, some variation in the line art, because right now everything's basically the same all across the board. And I found that, like, adding these thicker lines really helps emphasize different stuff, and it kind of adds a bit of clarity to the overall thing. Cool design. We'll get a 3D. Oh, she has a 3D one. Yeah. So Coco actually has a few different designs. I'll open up the stuff for you. Damn, let me see. She's also in the thumbnail for this stream. Where's my... I gotta dig through my myriad of folders to find where I put any of her stuff. So, Coco's official design at current is this. This is the full design. I've been in the process of updating her 3D model. So we used to use, like, actually, I guess to give you a little bit of history here. I made my own model for her using Vroid and a bunch of other stuff. I've learned a lot about texture work, but Vroid is a really frustrating program in that, like, it's face tracking, even the AR kit stuff that you can get to get better tracking with the iPhone. It doesn't quite work well. And I started working on updating this. Oh, thank you for the follow or sub, wherever that was. I didn't see the alert. But yeah, so I started working on a new 3D model for this, trying to go a blend between a base section in Vroid and then updating it in Unity and Blender. But Vroid just has so many limitations to it that, like, I don't want to use it anymore. So I'm working with a friend of mine to work on a kit-bashed model with some assets that are allowed to be used for streaming and stuff. We're going to reconstruct one that has better tracking and stuff for it. And that way I can actually give her new outfits and different things too, so that'll be really fun. But this is our official design. The one that's up on screen is a sort of rework of an older design. So I think I have that, actually. Let me see if it's somewhere. If it's in this folder. Yeah. Here's Coco's design stuff. I started doing, like, VTubing stuff back in, like, 2019. So her design started way the hell back here. This very first one on the left, which I didn't use for streaming. And then the one next to that's where I actually started the first, like, 4 3D models or so with some meme ones. Then this middle one here, this is the V4 design. The art that's on screen is the sort of reimagined version of that outfit. Heavily influenced by, like, MiHoYo's art style, particularly Impact 3. Impact 3 influences my art way more than anything else. And you can see how my art's gotten, like, significantly better over the years. So, somewhere along the line, she got actual melanin, and that stuck. So, how long did that take? A while. So, I don't remember if I have the actual dates for all these things. Let me see if I can put up a newly here. So, I think... So, this was like... That was like 2018. And then this was maybe 2019 to 2020. Or maybe 21. I don't remember. This was 2020. Oh, my handwriting sucks. 21. And then... I think this design here is where, like, the current official design started. And I think that wasn't made into a model properly until... Oh god, when was that? I have a stream here on YouTube with that. Like, it's an old archived one, but it's 2 years ago, I think, so 23. So this is probably that to 23. And this was 2023 onwards. And I've iterated on it, and I've been working on it, so I've been trying to add different details and making things better. 2-3 years. Yeah, it's taken a bit. Like, I really liked this V4 design here in the middle. I kept this one for a long time. I wasn't really working on a design. And then this one was intended to be, like, I went back to this. Because remember, like, I had this design for her, and then I never used it for whatever reason. And I was like, okay, well, like, I'm better at character design stuff now. I've learned a lot of stuff over the years. Let's go back and take this and make this better. So then that became this, which I thought was fun. And then that has been iterated on over and over and over again to what her current design is, which is this one, which is not on this, like, concept art thing. Because, I mean, I feel like looking back now that I was very much on... I was on the right track with this initial design. I don't know why I decided not to use it, but yeah, this was a pretty solid start, and I wish I'd kept it. And then I've iterated on it, and now her design is this. It's the official one, and then I just, I need to design more outfits and stuff for it. I actually do have some tweaking I want to do. One of the projects we're going to start fairly soon is a ref sheet. Because funny, for all these years I've had this character design. All these years I've been doing streaming. and I have not ever made a proper reference sheet for her, like at all. I've never gotten around to that. Look, so much on breakfast. I have this bad habit of like, I'll draw the design with like front facing, and then when I go to make the 3D model, I'll specify and change details to like help with contrast and help where it looks better in 3D. And that's really great. But like if I'm commissioning art or something, that's not very helpful to the person I have to go commission. I can send them a bunch of like pictures of the model and stuff now, but like if I'm still working on a new design and I want to, because I don't commission art very often, but like it would be a good idea to have a proper reference sheet. Be like, hey, by the way, here's all of what you need to know about this character design. As far as what I'm probably going to change in the future, there's one very specific thing I'd like to do, which is, I'll use this middle one here as the example. So, I like the way that Coco's jacket looks, but I want to add, like, extra detailing and stuff to the back of it. Because right now, the way her jacket looks is, let's see if I can't. I don't have a way to showcase this. Let's go to a new thing. So if you're looking at the back of her jacket, you have, like, the collar up here at the top, and it separates. You have her like shoulder pad things with the lights on them. This looks so bad. Why is my pen pressure not working? I'm sorry, why is that is not working correctly? That's concerning, because that shouldn't be doing that. I have to check for some updates. Yeah, okay, that sucks. Alright, whatever. I'll just explain it. So you've got her collar back here, and then there's just this, it says, okay, you can see here on the belt, there's this little, like, logo thing. That's on the back of the jacket, and then the belt here on the front kind of, like, goes through some loops and then kind of sticks into the back. Delay? No, it's a glitch that happens with either, like, XP Pen doesn't really work right, or, like, Windows is goofing up. That's going to be annoying. I'll have to fix it before we continue work with things. Yeah, so basically what I want to do is add in like a slightly different design where it still has the stuff to it, but like if you've played Honkai Impact 3rd, you might be familiar with Helia. Honkai. Let's see if I can't find a picture of the back of her jacket. So Helia is one of the characters in Honkai Part 2, and well, I can't find a good picture of the back of her jacket right now. She's got a lot of like little extra things back here where like the jacket kind of breaks apart, and it has some interesting little like belts and things that can just break it apart a little bit, and I like that a lot. I want to add some stuff like that into Coco's design to just better. Some just better detailing is really what it is. Let's see, is my pen pressure still goofing up over here? Yeah. Okay. That's a problem. Also, Obsi breaks it. No, I didn't break my pen, Fox. I see you there on Twitch. I didn't break the pen. This is a problem with either Clip Studio or it's with my tablet. Let's see if unplugging it fixes it. Nope, that didn't fix it. Okay, that's fine. I might just have to restart Clip Studio. I'm hoping I don't have to like restart my computer because that would be a huge pain in the ass. Alright, let's just close this out and we'll reopen it. Take another bite out of my sandwich. Ah, there it goes. Now it's working. I don't know why it does that. That's really annoying. I've never been able to figure that out. I said you gotta restart PC. Yeah, I don't have to this time, thankfully. How's your day, by the way? It's going pretty good. The reason why I'm eating breakfast right now is because I didn't get up early enough to eat it before stream. So I'm just having like a sausage, egg, and cheese like an air fried sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. But otherwise, it's pretty good. Just trying to be productive. We haven't done an art stream in a while, I feel like. We had a couple other streams this week. Like, we've been pretty busy this week, actually. But that's partly because I'm going to be MIA next week because of MomoCon. Well, MIA for a good chunk of it, at least. Yum. Yeah, it is really good. Yeah, next week, I haven't made my schedule for stream and stuff for next week, but it's gonna be a task to figure out what we're gonna do. Because I would like to keep art stuff on Saturdays if possible. Because that's when I have kind of the most free time. Because I work full time. I don't make any money from this. Them crunches, yeah. I have a full-time job. I won't say where or like what it does, but it takes up, you know, a significant portion of my time because I have, you know, rent and bills to pay. And that means that during the week, streaming is kind of like it really depends on my energy. I feel like this past few weeks I've been feeling pretty good about it, so I've been able to get some streams in during the week. But if I want to do art, like I need like a lot more than like 2 or 3 hours to like actually do stuff. And I can't do that when I get home. You do comms? I have a commissions page somewhere. I think it's on Ko-Fi right now. I need to get up on VGen. Oh, mouth is full of sandwich. Oh, God, they're going to make me log in and everything? Ko-Fi, that's so annoying. Hold on, maybe I can pull up. Maybe it's on my Twitter. Well, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, it is. So, yeah, I do have a commissions thing over here on Ko-Fi. I have 2 styles right now that you can kind of go into because it's, like, the easiest thing for me. So style 1 would be like the more detailed stuff like this, which takes forever to do because I am a perfectionist. And then the other, if I have some examples here. Oh yeah, I've got some for Coco, so let's do that. The other one is like this style, very like Shantae-esque if you ever played those games. I like this one too, it's very cute. So those are kind of the 2 things that I can do comfortably. If you wanted something outside of that, it'd be something we'd have to negotiate because I have some things that it's not because I necessarily don't want to, it's because I can't. Like mecha. Like I could not do mecha if I wanted to. There's so much perspective involved in that. Obviously ASMR, yeah. But yeah, I need to, no one really uses Ko-Fi for commissions anymore, I feel like, so I need to move to VGen. And I keep putting it off, so. But yeah, I work full-time, so I have very little spare time to do, like, video editing and stuff. It's, like, partly why I haven't done, like, an actual proper video. I always do streams. Is it because, like, I can do streams a bit more readily than I can, like, hopping into Premiere and doing video editing. That said, the videos I have up, I'm pretty proud of those. I feel like those look pretty good. When I actually can sit down and edit, I feel like my editing is pretty solid. That's when I can actually sit down and do it, though. It's a big, big if. As far as commissions are concerned, though, I haven't really, like, done too much through PayPal, because, like, the people who've commissioned me in the past have mostly been, like, friends, and we've just kind of worked out something a little bit more casual through, like, PayPal or something. So I don't actually know how well Ko-Fi will work for this or not. I'm hoping that it'll work and it'll just kind of pop into my queue, but I need to, like, optimize that process a bit. do a bit of like a stress test with it to make sure that everything's set up correctly. Because I'm a professional and I definitely know what I'm doing. For sure. I will say, as far as like quote-unquote being professional, I have upgraded my Clip Studio Paint license, so it's got more features and stuff now. So if I wanted to pop Coco's model in here, for example, I could totally do that and use it for reference. It's really laggy though. Maka Bravo, how's it going? Got socials? Yeah, I'm on Twitter, Blue Sky. We have a Discord somewhere. I think does my YouTube page have that on there somewhere? Let me open up that and check. I think it does. Let's see. Yeah, technically I have an Instagram. I don't use Instagram because they're scraping everything for AI and I don't want to deal with that. TikTok does too, but like I run it through Glaze and Nightshade to protect it from that. TikTok, I'm hesitant to upload stuff on TikTok right now because it's still kind of up in the air if it's even going to be around in the next like couple of months, because every like 3 months or so the US is like, hey, we're going to get rid of it. But maybe they'll just forget because they've got other national security issues to deal with. The professional thing you are is Charlie's underling. That is lies and slander, Fox. How dare. Charlie's not even here. Yeah, we should be under, it's at Obsidian Skies. Obsidian is spelled incorrectly. It has the O-N at the end instead of A-N. That's just like a thing I made years ago. But I think I put Operation Reburn into the channel title for YouTube, and I think it's for basically everything else. You'll find it with Operation Reburn, which is technically my alleged comic that I'm supposed to be working on that I have never been able to get much art for off the ground because doing a comic is hard. Comic work is very difficult. I have immense amount of respect for people who can do that. Who knows, maybe I'll just like decide I don't want to do a comic at all and I'll just make it into like a game or something. VTubing over the years has definitely given me, in a weird way, a tangential, I guess, somewhat knowledge of certain game dev programs and stuff. So I thought it'd be kind of fun to maybe utilize that to do something with my characters. But game dev is also very, very hard, so it feels like if I'm trying to say like, oh, I'd do that over making a comic because it'd be quote unquote easier. It's not easier. That is not. That's not at all easier in any way whatsoever. If anything, it's probably harder, but it wouldn't be Obsi if I didn't do things the hard way. As far as like how often we stream, I've only recently got back into doing a regular schedule. I've had a lot of stuff happen last few months that have been interfering with things. I want to be back to doing art sessions at least once a week, but I sometimes have to work on weekends, so that doesn't always work out. I'm extremely behind in Star Rail, so we're trying to do weekly Star Rail stuff to get caught up in the story. I'm like 3 patches behind or something like that. It's bad. And I do know, although I don't have my schedule for next week set up yet, I do know that like Wednesday, because I took the day off of work because of friendos are coming down from MomoCon. Seeing as they won't be here until the afternoon, we're probably going to sit down for a really extended session to try to get caught up in Star Rail's story. That should be fun. I've been having a lot of fun playing through that. Who knows? Maybe when we catch up with Star Rail, we can start doing Zenless every week instead. I'm sure my mod would appreciate that, as would some of my other friends who've been playing it. Last time, obviously, things the easy way. 14 patches were mildly inconvenienced. That's, I mean, I don't know exactly what context that means, but sure, Fox, if you say so. I did end up upgrading Clip Studio to make some things a bit easier. Like, I can drop in 3D models now that are not like Clip Studio has its own 3D model thing, which is what I use for the basis for a lot of posing and stuff. And that works pretty well, but it also has some limitations to it. But now that I can, like, actually just kind of drop in whatever I want to, it could be really good for posing and stuff later on. The problem is that, like, it does really weird stuff to the models I drop in. It doesn't know what to do with them. What do you think of a Fate collab? I am very curious to see how that's going to go. I don't know anything about Fate, really. My mod would be the person to ask for that. And he knows a lot more about it. Big fan of Saber. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't really have any, like, real strong feelings about it. They've done collab stuff in the past. Like, Impact 3 had the Evangelion collab a while back. I'm very intrigued to see what they'll do with it. After hearing and seeing the trailer for the collab, I kind of want to come back to Star Rail. Yeah. Star Rail, I know, is like, you know, if you're not into turn-based stuff, you're not going to like it. I know that right now we're still in Amphorius, and that's been a somewhat mixed bag for people, because I am an Impact 3rd lore nut, and I love lore stuff, and honestly need to get back into making lore videos. Playing Amphorius has been a very big treat to just enjoy the little hints they're doing that are connecting it to Impact 3rd's lore in different ways. I'm like, yeah, I'm here for this. It's a good time. Also, I think I got Charlie texting me. Power creeps, though. I have a feeling about that, which is that. So I started with Impact 3rd. I've been playing Impact 3rd since it launched, so this is like since 2017. And power creep has been a thing for as long as I can remember. It's always been a thing. Like, oh, they've released a new Hersher. Congratulations. It's gonna be more powerful than everything else. And every character that comes out, oh yeah, this patch is tailored to this character. They're gonna feel really powerful until like 3 or 4 patches down the line when they're not powerful anymore. Like, it's just such a thing that I'm so used to that when I heard people complaining about it with Star Rail, I never even considered it. I never thought about it. It just did not come up in my brain. I'm also not like a meta player. Like, I don't play to like min-max my teams, much to my mod's frustration. My teams are very poorly optimized, to say the very least. If I showed it to anyone, they'd be like, oh no. Like, my poor mod, he was like, give me access to your account, and I will build your characters for you. And then he logged in, saw how not built any of them were, and then proceeded to just quit. And he refused. He won't touch it now. He will not go into my account at all to try to, like, fix my characters for me. He just flat refuses. I'm like, well, that's something. I don't know how to feel about that, but alright. As long as I'm having fun, I really don't care about the rest. Meta is a stressful thing, and I don't care to do that. I'm not competitive enough for meta. Not even a little bit. And I think part of that is actually Impact 3rd's fault. I mean, part of it is also my own like personality. I'm just not a competitive person, really, but Impact Third's like meta is almost entirely dominated by people. Like I'm a whale. I'm a bad, filthy whale. Do not do what I do. But Impact Third's whales, who are like at the top of the leaderboards and stuff, they're on a whole other level, and they scare me. Like I've seen some videos of how those people do stuff. I'm like, I cannot fathom doing this. That's insane. Star Rail's kind of the same vein though. Like I just saw a video the other day of like some person who spent like $20,000 rolling for Castress over and over and over and over again, so they could be the #1 Castress player in the world. And I'm like, all right, like if that's what you want to spend your money on, I'm not going to judge you. I can't. I spent too much money on MiHoYo's properties up to this point that I have no room to judge. But also like, Jesus. That's a lot, man. Like, I love Impact Third, and I love most of what MiHoYo does, but, like, I cannot imagine. I do not have that kind of money, decidedly. Let's see. Oh, God. How does Burnice's shirt work? Like, I don't know. If meta is your thing, and that's what you want to do, and you're all about that, more power to you. But I feel like that's the kind of situation where power creep would be, like, really bothersome, you know? Like, if you were constantly worrying about the meta and everything was changing constantly, like, yeah, I could see why you'd be frustrated by all of that. But I just have no interest in it. If my characters can do decent enough damage, I can get through the plot and stuff without, like, you know, being nuked, then I don't feel any need to do any of that grinding. That rule actually carries over to Impact Third as well. Like, I did a stream, I think YouTube actually has it somewhere too, a while back. I don't remember what I was doing, but we were doing the Elysian Realm stuff in Impact Third, and we were trying to play through with, like, an older battlesuit with Colin. And Colin is just, she's not in the meta. She has not been in the meta, I feel like, ever. Because she's not very strong. And they put her in the Elysian Realm, and I was, like, trying to do, like, higher difficulty stuff, and I just couldn't get her to survive and do any damage. So I actually sat down and attempted to, like, min-max her a bit. And even with that, I still couldn't get her to, like, survive. And I'm like, well, that's unfortunate. We haven't had to do that in a while, though. I think later on today we're supposed to be doing Elysian Realm stuff, because Sushang just came out, or her new battlesuit anyway. And I've been playing her for, like, you know, the events that have been going on, but I haven't actually done her character tutorial yet. But I need to do that. And then I need to see how the Elysian Realm is going to change her moveset, because that's going to be really fun. After that, we might do some other Elysian Realm stuff that I've been putting off for a while. I've got some, because, like, the way that works, if you're not familiar, is, like, you can pick, they have, like, characters every patch that'll add into it. It's usually just whatever the new banner is. And they've got some older battlesuits that are in there and whatever else. And then they will have their own, like, you have the level that you can level your character up to, like your level 80 or whatever. And then there's a separate up to level 15 level for the Elysian Realm. And how their skills, like the damage that they can do in the Elysian Realm, stuff like that. And I have at least one outside of Sushang who's not leveled up yet that we've had her for like 3 patches. And I'm like, you know, I need to fix that. I need to go level her up. We need to get back to that. That's got to get done. I've been putting that off for too long. I'm looking forward to it though. I always like playing Impact Third. It's like my comfy game. Or one of them, anyway. I wish I had finished a lot of the lore stuff I was trying to do with that, because unlike Star Rail, I feel like Impact Third has always had a bit of a problem with like inaccuracies in the wikis and stuff. So you can't just like go read the wiki and then get satisfied. You have to like actually do a ton of research. And it's easy to kind of get lost in the details. Like we did a stream the other day where I said something incorrectly because there's just been so much stuff going on that my brain was like, even though I remembered specifically some details, I'd forgotten like a character name and things like that. I'm like, oh, well, that's embarrassing. I'm supposed to be like the authority of Honkai lore, and I couldn't remember this character's name properly. That's unfortunate. Well, I say I'm supposed to be the authority, but I've only done like one. Oh, Insane, there you are. So early. Now he streams when I sleep. You're always going to complain whenever I stream, Insane. It doesn't matter. Saber's going to be too much money. I mean, I figured you were going to spend a bunch of money on Saber. She's going to be E6, S5. She will be Wales too hard for. Yeah. Saoirse, hello. Welcome. What makes me hooked on Zenless is the story characters and the weapons. Yeah, like I like the Zenless characters a lot. Like, I think if I wasn't already playing Star Rail and Impact Third, that I probably would have picked up Zenless. I do have it installed, to be fair. But I haven't really got around to like playing it because I already have other gacha games that take up time, and that's. I can't be tempted to spend more money. That's really what it is. I don't need to be spending more money on stuff. Because I know me, and I know that I have bad habits, and I absolutely would. Like, had I started, I would have spent money on Ellen. I would have spent money on Burnice. I don't know about Jane Doe. I don't know if I would have spent money on her or not. Everyone else simps for her, but understandable. Yeah, like I know me, and I know my taste in character designs. I'm like, I would have spent money on this. I know I would have. It would have been bad. See, Charlie texted me. Go Morb. I'm gonna yell at her to join me. Join me, you coward. But Jane needs Burnice, does she? Okay. Well, I guess we'd have to get her too. Look, I don't know anything about this, Insane. I don't know anything about these character builds or anything. I don't know nothing. See, you know, this is why I have you around, Insane. It's because you know the meta stuff. I don't. So if I don't build my characters correctly, then I can just have you yell at me about it. So for Yishuan, I tried to get Vivian, but sadly she didn't want to come home. Which character is Vivian? Hold on, let me go look this up. Oh yeah, this one. I've been seeing a lot of art for her. She's cute. I like her. Skipping Hugo because I have Ellen. I might play some Zenless. I might set up that to be like a weekly stream. It won't be till like after convention stuff, but that could be a fun thing to do. Just very casually, and hopefully not getting addicted and spending money like I don't need to. Like I said, it is installed, so if I wanted to, I could play it right now if I felt like it. Nah. What do you mean? What do you mean, nah? We didn't make you play during the convention? No. If I'm gonna do it, it's gonna be a stream thing. I gotta make it into content. And I don't have any intentions of streaming while everyone is at my apartment. She's also an absolute simp for the proxies. Yeah. I have seen a lot of art for that, I think, and that's very funny. Nope, gonna keep my phone at you? No. I mean, I understand how Zenless plays. It's like if miHoYo had released Impact Third in the modern age instead of 10 years ago. But like, that aside, I know how it controls. I'm sure I would like the controls. I just haven't really got around to doing that. Want to hear some jokes? Sure. What jokes you got? I'm always down for jokes. Why didn't the skeleton cross the road? He didn't have any guts? Is that the answer? He didn't have the guts to do it. Yeah! Good. I love it. Good dad jokes. No, I heard your joke. I'm sorry. I cucked you on your joke. I like it, though. It's good. You get credit for that. I like it. It's very good. Then you better not lose at Mario Party. I was beaten at my own game. Like, I love dumb jokes like that. They're the best. It's great. Fine, then. Well, welcome. Glad to have you over there on the Twitch side of things. Just one up him. We're playing Mario Party also, Insane? I didn't know we were playing Mario Party. What's the skeleton's favorite instrument? Let me think. What is a skeleton's favorite instrument? I mean, my brain wants to go very literally and be like xylophone, but that's not an answer. So what is the skeleton's favorite instrument? That's too literal. The xylophone. I was close though. Good. I like that. Skeleton jokes are great. It's like the you've probably seen like that trending video a while back. Not the trombone. Saoirse, yes. Your ribs, yes, Aerosol, you know what I'm getting at. The trending video of like what is a skeleton's favorite snack? I don't know. Bones? No! It's ribs. Spare ribs. That whole video is like one of my favorite videos on the internet of all time. It's so good. It's such a funny video. I can't get over that. I can watch that anytime and still get a kick out of it. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, my God. I have to do Burnice's stupid flamethrower thing twice because I have to go to the other one in her other hand. Skeleton Man! Oh, that song is great, too. That's a great one. I don't know what this says about me, but like I learned about the Skeleton Man song because of an old like Dark Souls meme video. Like that is my introduction to that song. Fun skeleton jokes humorous. Good. I'm trying to think if I remember any other like skeleton jokes or not. I don't know. It might be a little early in the morning. I haven't had enough coffee yet. I see that. I still remember the way it was like, no! Skeletor, yeah. It's great. I love that video. It's so funny. Like, there's so much, like the way he delivers that is so great. Like, if I had, like, watched, like, a cartoon and this was, like, a voice actor for it, it'd been, like, a great delivery for that. Like, it'd been so fun. What's the skeleton's favorite place to trick-or-treat? I don't know. What is the skeleton's favorite place to trick-or-treat? Dead ends? Oh my god. You know, when I started streams today, I wasn't expecting skeleton puns and jokes, but I am absolutely here for it. I love it. Insane and Saoirse, they both know. I love me. I love me some dad jokes and puns. Nobody does, yeah. Actually, funny story because Saoirse can attest to this. So when I was in college, I was a geology major, and I found that geology lends itself very well to puns of pretty well any variety. Rock and mineral names are hilarious sometimes, and you can do kind of a lot of really random gags with it. And I started to get a reputation for just incessantly making puns. And I think on 2 separate occasions, this was friendly. Okay, YouTube, this was friendly. This was not an actual threat. But a friend of mine, or 2 friends of mine, on 2 separate occasions, they took my pocket knife from me, and they were like, I will stab you with this if you keep making puns. These were friends. They weren't being serious. But also, I find it really funny that this happened twice. Think about it in 3 occasions. Was it 3? I remember 2, because I remember the 2 people who did that, but I don't remember the 3rd one. But I do remember it being really funny. I'm absolutely that kind of person that would be like getting mugged, and then I'm like, what are you gonna do? Stab me? And then proceeds to get stabbed. That would absolutely be how it would go. I made so many jokes that I've been turned into a joke bot on 5 different Discords. That's great. I approve. That's fantastic. We need more jokes in silly times. Yeah, that's coming along. God, that's so detailed, though. You're a silly time. No, you. On one of them, there's a joke command that just pings me. That's so funny. You're up so early. It's almost noon. What do you mean I'm up early? It's noon almost. And we're working on art stuffs. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, more things. You slept so late. I did. I went to bed at like 2 a.m., I think, because I was playing Minecraft. Is Burnice's post from Burning Desire? It's not, but I can show you where it came from. Let me find it. Hold on. I can show you exactly where it is. Wait, no, it's not this one. Why didn't the skeleton go to prom? Do tell. Why didn't the skeleton go to prom? He didn't have the heart to ask anyone out. That's funny. All right, where is this cutscene at? There's her being a menace. Here it is. Yeah, she's literally in the background of this cutscene. It's this one. So I looked at this and I was like, that's a fun pose. Let's use that. She's not even the focus of the cutscene. She's just in there with the rest of these people. And I'm like, I don't know. That pose seems fun. So I wanted to try doing that and seeing what I could do with it. Minecraft, yeah. Charlie's got me on that. It's a problem. I've been getting hyper-focused on it. Now you have given him fuel and I will suffer for it. Yes. But yeah, that cutscene, I was just kind of going through because I'd seen like the Burning Desires video and I was like, well, that's fun. And it was everywhere on TikTok and I was like, well, that's a huge meme. And originally I think I was gonna just like do this art to have it like coincide with all the trending like memes and stuff about it. Now it's kind of like no longer relevant because we've since moved on from that. But whatever, I'm committed, we're finishing it. What is the most famous French skeleton? Napoleon Bonaparte. I knew it. I was gonna try to add 2 separate bone puns into the name, but I couldn't pronounce it right. Good. I saw that one coming. I knew it would be a thing. This is very amusing. Napoleon Bonaparte. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, the Burning Desires was a fun meme. I like that a lot. I think if I actually did succeed in like getting this to record stuff like it's supposed to, when I upload the full speed paint thing for it, then we'll probably have that in the background for it. That's assuming that this thing actually did what I said it to do. It might not have. Also, I did upgrade my Clip Studio Paint, so it might have like lost that somewhere. Alright, there we go. That looks pretty good. Yeah, there's just so much more to do. How do French skeletons greet each other? I don't know. Do tell, though. Bonjour. Amazing. Truly. Keep them coming, man. I love these. This is really fun. I was gonna say bon bon bon. Oh, Cheerlease says she texted me and I was like, join me. She's like, I'm still in bed. And she's flailing about right now. You know the Napoleon one, but not this one? Yeah, look, my brain is a patchwork of knowledge. It's anyone's guess what I actually know. It's like that clip from Dan Versus. Like, if you guys have ever seen that. Up. Wherever that was. Follow and or subscriber. Thank you. I have to go pull up Streamlabs to go see what that actually was. Let's do that. I need to be able to thank people properly for stuff. You can make me log in again, Streamlabs. Don't make me do that. What did the skeleton say to his girlfriend? I don't know. Will you marrow Mim? Me. Mem. See, I got Starro brain rot, so I see Mem and my brain goes to a little pink thing. I will just plot with Cherry while she's in mid. Why are you plotting with Cherry? What have I done to warrant plotting insane? Do explain yourself. What have I done to warrant that? Like, I'll be minding my business in voice chat, and then Insane and Cherry will get together, and they'll start just texting secret plans to one another about how to mess with me more appropriately. You are you. That deserves plotting. Seriously, you can't join them too. I gotta go see you. You're going to work? Yeah, man. Thanks, Earsoul. Thanks for popping in. Your apartment will be invading. My apartment's invading? Who is my apartment invading? This is a good question of, like... Am I invading someone? What haven't you done that deserves plotting? You know what? I can't argue with that. I am a menace to society. That's not quite working. What do you call a cow in an earthquake? A milkshake. Yeah. What do you call a cow with no legs? That one's great. I like that one. A cow with no legs is ground beef. There you go. You got it. Good. Anytime I hear jokes like that, I think of like the joke they did in Jurassic Park. It's like what do you call a blind dinosaur? That's the do you think he's Saurus? So what do you call a blind dinosaur's dog? Do you think he's Saurus Rex? I love those. They're so good. How much does Santa's sleigh cost? I don't know. More things will be added to your apartment in an invading fashion. I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna put a Skyrim beacon on me at some point. Also, Pen, why are you not working? What's happening here? Pen, what the hell? You're not dead. Nothing. It was on the house. I love that. Apparently my pen has decided it doesn't want to function, so where's my charger for it? I should have a spare pen somewhere, too. Where's my spare pen? Dead. Yeah, it's just stopped working. Actually, before we do that, let me unplug it and replug it in. Maybe it's not actually dead. Yeah, there it is. Never mind. It should have like 60 hours of life to it, so it definitely shouldn't be dead. Insane, get something and hide in a place that's obvious, but obviously being obviously he'll never notice. He already did that. He already had done that. Because, like, what happened is, like, they came over around Christmas time. Not last year, but the year before that. And they hid, like, gnomes and stuff all around my apartment. Because, like, I was at work and they, like, went to Target and bought a bunch of, like, random shit to, like, hide in my apartment. And he put one of them in one of my house plants. And I didn't know this. It took me, like, a week to find it. Even though it's in my living room and it's very obvious where it is. But I didn't find it for like a week. And I'm like, I'm sorry? Good times? Yeah, Charlie. Get in here, you goob. The ads are jumping me. I'm sorry. I approve this chaos is great. Yeah, it is a lot of chaos. You know, seriously, you should come on and hang out sometime too. I know you're a bit of a ways away, but we need to get all the gang together. You can come hang out with our crew, and then you could also contribute to the chaos because I know you'd enjoy that. As do all of my friends, I think. I've probably said this a few times, and I stand by it still. That like. I'm a little bit of a shit sometimes, and I love to mess with people. But my closest friends are always the ones who will remember that, like, I deserve it, and they will dish that right back out to me. Like, every single time. That's how it works. I'll pop in soon, just gotta feed the creatures. Chaos gremlin actions, yeah. It took almost a week less. It did. It really did. I had to go dig it. They hid like a snowman in my fridge. They put just stuff everywhere. And my apartment's not even that big. Like, I don't know, maybe 800 square feet or so. Like, it is not a very large apartment. Back from Adland, they took my ribs. I'm sorry. Snowman was in the freezer. Okay, semantics. Yes, they put a snowman in my freezer. They put, like, a deer in the pantry, and then they have, like, 3 gnomes scattered about, which I still have, but I can see them right now. They're over there on my shelf. Over there behind me somewhere. 2 gnomes. 2 gnomes too many. Excuse me, a deer? Yeah, they had, like, little plushies of things. They're not very big. They're, like, maybe... like 4 inches across, something like that. So there was 2 gnomes, a snowman, a reindeer, and then one other one, I think. 800 square feet is pretty big for city standards. They're renting out my 450 square foot apartment for $2K here. Jesus. Thinking of live deer? No, you couldn't get a live deer in my apartment if you tried. Christmas decorations, yeah. Yeah, like 800 square feet seems like a lot, but it's really not. Like they're charging. Let's see what exactly is my rent right now. Rent and utilities, not including internet, because that's something I pay separately, is like almost $1,600 a month, and that is like the cheapest I could find because there were other places that I looked at nearby in Atlanta that were like probably double that for about the same. Like, my place isn't even, like, that nice, necessarily. Like, it's not bad, but, like, it's definitely was on, like, the cheaper end. I mean, you could, but, look, if you put a deer in my house, like, an actual deer, I would be very concerned and confused. If I should put a moose in Central... Oh, God. Moose are scary, dude. Those things are massive. I've only seen, like, how big they're in comparison, like, in videos and stuff, and I'm like, oh, hell no. I ain't doing that. I am not about that life at all. It's like, a week or two ago, I went to, like, the Georgia Aquarium, and the thing I learned was that I don't know how big fish are, apparently. Because, Jesus, some of these fish are massive. Like, I kind of a passing understanding of how big things like, what is it? Like, whale sharks and manta rays. I knew they were kind of big, but I didn't realize how big until I went to the aquarium, and I'm like, what the hell is this? That is horrifying. Who did this? Like, fish are big, man. I don't like fish. Obsi is many things, but meant to be in the ocean is not one of them. I have absolutely no business in the ocean. Like, I don't know. Like, who knows what's down there? I don't need that. I don't need that at all. I'm British. I rule you all. You don't rule nothing. Britain just wants to pretend it rules stuff. They're also like one of my favorite gags. It's like everyone knows it, but it's like, why are the pyramids in English? Or why are the pyramids not in English? Why are the pyramids in Egypt? And it's because Britain couldn't take it back to the British Museum. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. Love that. I can't English today. My brain's fried. It's fine. Minecraft ruined it. I was tempted, like, literally, I thought I was going to get up early enough. And then I was like, maybe I'll just do some Minecraft a little bit before breakfast. And then I didn't even have time to make breakfast, really. And I'm like, well, that's a problem. A self-created one, because my alarm started going off at like 9. And I definitely should have gotten up. And proceeded to not get up. Also, it's getting kind of hot in here. I need to turn on my fans. No room in London for one pyramid. Yeah. Jesus. Oh, yeah. Fun fact, Texas is bigger than France. Texas is bigger than like half of Europe. Texas is massive. I drove across Texas once. It took like 3 days. It was horrible. Like, I have a cousin that lives out in that direction, and like, it's so insane how big Texas is. Is that the biggest state? No, like, I think that's Alaska, which is just comically large. I've never been to Alaska, though. I've had no reason to go up that way. Unless I just wanted to go up there, which, I mean, I could do, I guess. I mean, it's all tree, yeah. I mean, Alaska's pretty. Like, it looks nice. I wouldn't mind going up there. Like, I don't know if I'd want to go camping in it, because I feel like camping in Alaska sounds mildly terrifying. Well, I've been to Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Yeah, I've been all over the place, really. Like, if you haven't gathered, I live in Georgia. But I've been pretty well all over the South. I've been to Yellowstone. I've been to Arizona, Utah. I've not been to California yet. I've not had any reason to be out that direction. I have not been to New York either. I saw it from the distance. You've seen the bison? I did, yeah. Don't get too close to those things. They will fuck you up. That is absolutely a thing. I think people die from that like every year too. Of like getting like they think it's just like, oh, they must be friendly, they must be domesticated, and then they get too close and then just get like thrown 50 feet. And I'm like, well, that is a wild ass animal. So yeah, family down in Georgia? Mm-hmm. I would like to not live in Georgia, honestly. Those things are huge and weigh a ton. No way I'm messing with them. Yeah, you don't want to. Fun factoid. My uncle, or one of them anyway, he breeds horses for a living. Like that's like what he does. Or not breeds, he like trains horses for a living. And what he used to do, I don't know if he still has this or not, but they had two like bison that they kept around on the farm that they could use for training. That they would like rope and do other things. It was to help with like training horses. And I got to see that up close, and they're large boys. Very, very large. Not into that at all. That's scary. I'm good. Having seen one of those things up close, I'm like, I'm alright. I don't need this. Animals are they're just real big. Real big and just not, I'm not meant for that. I like seeing them. I like going to like, you know, zoos and aquariums and stuff, but out in the wild, no thank you. Wild animals are kind of terrifying. Though, now that I'm thinking about it, I was kind of reminded of a thing. So, in the South, you always hear people like, if you're walking around in the woods in Appalachia, and you hear somebody calling your name, no you didn't, kind of a thing, and it's very mythologized in a lot of ways, like, oh, there's like skinwalkers or whatever the hell out there. But in reality, it's probably more like crows. Because crows will mimic human voices, which is the whole thing. But there's also like terrifying things like mountain lions, which if you've ever listened to them, they will do screams that sound eerily human. And I'm like, no, do not like that. Do not like that at all. It's not good. Obviously, we'll only deal with small things like beagles, cats, and chinchillas. I mean, I don't, those are all pets. Pets are fine. They're not wild animals. Sadly, I no longer have a pet, but I do like pets. Maybe one day I'll get a new one. I need to get more burbs, I think. Having watched like Jaden animations and JonTron over the years, I definitely want a conure. They're very pretty birds. I like them. They look very friendly. Also, I've been getting TikToks of like lovebirds and parrots and stuff, and they look like a lot of fun. Charlie keeps sending them to me because she says like I sound like them. Just parrots saying swear words. I'm like, well, I guess. I suppose I can't deny it, but anytime I say like, what the fuck? Shirley always says I sound like a very specific video of a bird doing that. I'm like, well, I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, I can't tell the difference ever. Yeah, see, look at you giggling over there, you little gremlin. I see you over there, Cheerily. I see what you're doing. This is why I call you a raccoon. This is revenge, is what that is. If I'm bird, then you are raccoon. I just assumed you were burb. I mean, I guess so. I was thinking about that. I think there was a video. It's like with Dodger and Jesse Cox. And they're talking about like what different pet owners are like, and I think they get to like, what about bird owners? Then Jesse's like, absolute psychopaths, because birds are so unhinged. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I can't really like deny that, because having a bird is a special kind of like odd. I love it, but it is definitely something. I like them though. The problem with like getting a conure or whatever is they're like $700 a bird. Like they're so expensive. I'm like, as much as I like love birds, I don't have $700 to drop on one right now. Like that's so much money. And if I wanted to get a cat, like say a British Shorthair or something, because they're chunky, as much as I would like that, going to like a breeder and having them like give you a cat is also going to be just as, if not more expensive. Probably more expensive. So there's no way I can do that either. So I have to just kind of like save up and deal with not having a pet for a while. Maybe one day. See, I think that's where that's gonna end. Yeah. Obsi's a scaly swamp cat. I mean, sure. If that's what floats your boat, I'm a flat fuck. That's what it really is. I love how I've just become like honorary Florida man to you people. I lived in Florida for like 2 years, and then I just became Florida man apparently, and I'm like, well, bipedal scaly flat cat. Sure. I'm not even from Florida, and you guys are like, nah. Florida man. Never escape Florida man. Apparently not. Apparently I will never escape it. You never left, clearly. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'm still living in that, like, bumfuck nowhere town. Toiling away while somebody tries to uproot a tree in the middle of a thunderstorm and severs my internet in two. Which I guess I haven't told that story in a while. I think I've met too many people closer to Florida man than you. Yeah, well, you would know. You know a lot more people than that. There's way more Florida man people than I ever could be. I know I grew up like an hour from Florida, but like, surely there are other people down there. Saoirse knows. I'm not nearly like unhinged enough to be a Florida man. I don't feel like. It's like a mix of like drughead, like a druggie, and a redneck. I feel like that's like where you get Florida man. It's just a front to make people think you did. Uh-huh. So says you. I honestly, I don't think you could pay me to move back to Florida. I don't think you could pay me. But yeah, so the story goes that like when I did live in Florida, I was renting an apartment that was sort of like a converted garage into like a studio. and I was doing a stream, like an art stream or something. I don't remember what it was, but my internet just cut out on me randomly, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Why is my internet not working? And it turns out that like outside there was like a thunderstorm going on, and the neighbor to the place I was renting or whatever decided he was gonna uproot like a stump or something in the middle of a thunderstorm at 7 o'clock at night, and proceeded to sever my internet cable in half in the process. And I'm just like, dude, what the hell is this? Like, why did you decide this was the time you wanted to do that? Like, you couldn't have, like, waited until it wasn't 7 p.m. and raining? Apparently not. I was very irritated about that. Rightfully so, I think, because, like, that's wild. Who does stuff like that? If it's raining, the last thing I want to do is be outside in the middle of it. I want to be, like, on my patio or, like, in my apartment. Like, I don't want to be out in the middle of the rain. Especially not doing work. I ain't doing that. Florida neighbors be crazy. They do be crazy. But, you know, for as weird as that was, I feel like my Alabama neighbors were worse. And I say neighbors, but, like, I had a couple who were, like, fine. But, like, when you have, like, a story of, oh, yeah, you live in a former murder meth house. And also, are you okay? Because we had, like, a meth head person screaming at your door for, like, 4 hours while you were gone out of the country. And I'm like, I'm sorry? What? That was wild. You had truck revving guy. Oh, I did have truck revving guy. You're right. I have a lot of stories about this. So when I was in Florida, I was like trying to do a stream and I kept hearing this like engine revving. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It turns out that like a house over, there was this dude in like a big lifted truck, just parked in his like yard or whatever, just constantly revving the engine over and over and over again. And I'm like, dude, you live in, like, a town of, like, 30 people. We can walk across the entirety of the city in 15 minutes. Who the hell are you trying to impress by doing this? Like, genuine question. Who are you trying to impress? Because no one here cares. And he did this for, like, 45 minutes. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? What is happening? And then when I was in Alabama, we had, like... I went to go, like, leave to go to work or something, and I found a bag of groceries just left on top of my, like, front door or whatever, and I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, did somebody leave this here? And I called my boss, and I was like, hey, like, was this, like, a company gift? Like, what is this? Why is this here? And they're like, no, it had nothing to do with us. Like, we didn't send you anything. And then I literally, like, found out that, like, one of the neighbors was covertly leaving enough food for, like, 6 people just on my doorstep, just because. And I was like, I mean, thanks. Like, I'll use the food, but also, like, you know, I don't need you guys to get me food. Like, I appreciate the thought, but I don't need that. But there are other people who might have needed it more than me, but that was like a whole thing. I was like just very, very confused. It took me like a month to figure out. Poor single boy from this city. I mean, it's kind of the thought, but like, given where I was living at the time, like, everyone was kind of poor. So I'm wondering if it wasn't just like, hey, here's a single boy living in the middle of the country, middle of nowhere. We're all poor, so we'll just give some food. Make sure he doesn't starve. And I'm like, that's very, like, nice of you, but also, like, I didn't talk to my neighbors, really. Like, I tended to avoid people because I don't like talking to people, usually. Not in, like, streaming is one thing, but, like, that's on my own terms. But doing, like, just random people in like my neighboring areas were like, no, I don't talk to people. I stay home. I mind my business. I don't talk to people. Decidedly not very extroverted in that regard anyway. I'm very talkative once I get to know you, but like, I have to get to know you first. But I don't know. My neighbors were just like, yeah, he needs food. Looking a little scrawny there, I guess. And I'm like, all right. And then I went to like go to Canada for Anime North, I think is what it was. And while I was gone, we had this like lady who was like high on meth or something come like barreling out of the woods, and she started like beating on the doors of my house, like screaming and yelling about stuff. And then she went to like just like she like did circles around the house apparently, and then she went to this like bush that was in my neighbor's yard, started fighting the bush, and then yelled at a telephone pole before barreling back off into the woods, never to be seen again. And I'm like, what is going on? I think you were very novel to them. I mean, I guess so. Like, it's just, I'm like a single man, like living in my, like I was renting a 3-bed, 1-bath house, just kind of by myself. I kept to myself. I didn't talk to anyone. I was just like, I would go to work, I'd do my own thing, and whenever I was off work, I would stay in my apartment or house or whatever, and I was just like minding my business. I suppose I was like a mystery man to these people. But you know, like they were helpful whenever I did need to talk to them. Like I had like one of the neighbors help me like cut down like a dead tree in the yard, and my old busted bike I gave off to them. I was like, you can have this. Like I don't need it. But I guess like the whole neighborhood was like, who is this person? And I'm like, well, I'm just a random dude, just trying to make ends meet. I'm not trying to do much here. Okay, this study with Miku is over. Is it going to go to the next one? Let's go. I don't know. I think it's pretty funny. They were all very intrigued by my very unassuming life, I think. I tell you what I do miss, though. Like, I don't miss living in Alabama. My internet was so bad. But what I do miss is, like, how cheap the rent was for a place that size. And also the fact that I had a separate room for my office. Like, I don't like having my bedroom and my office be in the same room, which is where it currently is. I like having those separate. And that was a really nice thing, but, like, I can't afford an apartment that does that now. It's too expensive. And I don't make enough money to do that, so instead we're just have a little nook in my bedroom that serves as my office. I will say though, I do feel like my bedroom looked very sad when I lived in Alabama, because and probably judge this as much as you will, I still have a twin, despite being an adult, and I don't need a twin-sized mattress at my age. I should have something larger, but I can't fit anything larger in here. But when I was living in Alabama, my room was much larger, and I could have had a bigger bed, and I was thinking about getting one before I was forced to move because of like work circumstances. But at the time, the room was fairly large, and then you have my tiny twin just stuck in the middle of the room, and it was very sad looking. Decidedly not very impressive. Honestly, if I were to get a larger bed now, I don't know where I'd even put it. My apartment is not conducive to a larger bed at this time. It would be nice, though. One day we'll level up and we'll get something nicer. Should they take Obsi to the nearest IKEA? I mean, Charlie's too far away. It would take her longer to get to me than it would me to get to an IKEA. In fact, let me just find out right now. Where's the nearest IKEA? Let me find out. Let's take a look at this. Maps. IKEA. Let's go see where the closest IKEA is. Okay. There's one that's like... It's like 15 minutes away. Yeah, it's like right up the road. Yeah, so I could take 15 minutes to go to an IKEA if I wanted to. Be no problem at all. Though actually, I have been considering going to IKEA because I need another shelf. I'm starting to run out of space to put my manga and stuff, so I need another shelf. Or I need to get rid of some books and then shift things around. Okay, yeah, I think this is gonna need its own separate line for this. Yeah, I have a lot of manga. I'm actually really behind on manga I'm supposed to be reading. I've got like the next... Let's see, hold on. I've read the first 2 volumes of Magilumir, Magical Girls Inc., which has been fun, and I watched the anime for it. But I have like the next 5 volumes I need to get through, which is a lot. There's also like the what is it? I'll Be a Villainess Who Goes Down on History. There's that one. So, I need to finish that too. You need more? What you need to do, Charlie, is finish reading Alita. That's what you need to do. You need to quit keeping me in suspense and actually finish reading Alita. I've waited literally years. And yet, you still have never finished it. What am I to do with you at this point? Like, you are so far behind now. It's a problem. Hell, you could just show up at my apartment and you could just read my copies of it. You could just take like a day and just read manga. Like, you could do that at any time. I have so much manga that Charlie could read, and yet she just doesn't. She's so behind. I even gifted her copies of Alita, and then she still hasn't finished reading them after all this time, all these years. Still keeps me in suspense. Barge in, eat your food, and read your manga. I mean, yeah, that's what friends do, right? That's how friends work. That's what I do whenever I go visit you. I'll read one and then get distracted. Yes, that sounds right. Given how, like, anytime that you come over to visit, that's pretty much exactly what we've done, though. Is, like, we just, like, read manga or watched anime or something, get distracted, go to Kinokuniya for something, go make foods, like fancy ramen or something, and then, I don't know, get sidetracked. Par for the course. Actually, that reminds me, I need to order another expansion pack for Casting Shadows before you guys get here from MomoCon. We vibe, we do vibe. It's good. I've got one of the expansion packs for Casting Shadows, but there's one more that I need to get, and that way when you guys show up, we can play board games. That just currently sit in my closet because there's no one else around here. I got like the Bob Ross card game. I have Doomlings because Insane bought that while I was at work. Still not played Doomlings. Actually, I'll tell you what I want to do. And this would be a task. But like if I had access to a 3D printer, I would 100% do this. So, like, Horizon Forbidden West introduced Machine Strike as a game. And it's sort of like a... It's like a strategy wartime kind of thing. It feels very, like... I don't want to say it's like a Warhammer thing, but it feels kind of similar to that in my brain. Adjusting the terrain and everything else and taking that into consideration whenever you're doing stuff. I would use a 3D printer to print off, like, all the little terrain tiles and a proper board for it, and then I would want actual like wooden carved pieces to look like all the Machine Strike pieces. I would want that, or maybe 3D print them so I have them. Like, I want that so bad, but Guerrilla Games hasn't done it yet, and I'm like, you guys have a Horizon game that you like, a board game that I don't have yet, but you guys never turned a Machine Strike into a game. How dare? Like, I want a physical copy of that. And then I could go challenge my friends to play Machine Strike with me. Which I think would be really fun. There we go. That's a very fun concept. I feel like they need to flesh it out like a little bit more, but like, I do really like Machine Strike in concept a lot. See, where's the line? I think it's this. You know, my problem with this art of Burnice is not really a problem with the art itself, but more so with her design. She has so many little like metal bits on everything, and I'm gonna tell you, like, perspective on them little things is the worst, actually. It's very difficult to understand how to, like, rotate that in perspective. I need more practice with that kind of stuff. Even my own characters, I keep that stuff, like the techwear thing, is kind of down to a minimal to some extent, because it's very difficult to get perspective right on that. I can clean that one up in a second. Alright, time for shoes. Wait, did I draw the line across the front of that? I did not. It definitely needs that, though. I didn't do that over here. Yeah, that's already coming along pretty nice. I love the way that this ends up looking whenever I add this, like, boulder lines. So you turn it off, and you realize, like, oh, wow, that's really flat. And then you, like, add this, and it emphasizes so much more. It's wild how much that, like, you don't think it does much until you actually look at it, like, damn. Actually, That's pretty wild. Which is the thing I'm pretty sure I comment on literally every single time that I do this. Without fail. I go through this entire conversation like a broken record. Maybe I just lack originality. Unfortunate. Do that. Damn it. I still don't know why my pen does that. It'll like, you gotta drag it and it'll just like click way too early. And I'm not moving my pen off and like retouching it, which is what it looks like I'm doing. But it does that on its own. And I don't really know why yet. Figure it out. Okay, I think that's just about everything. I might add some extra detailing over here to this. All right, I think that covers it, unless I'm mistaken. Oh, that seems to get it. There. We don't see much of the top of her thing over here on this side. Alright, cool. Now it's just to do cleanup. Ah, damn. I'm out of coffee. I have to get some more in a minute. Or I guess my pot is insulated. I could just bring it in here. Which, that absolutely is Charlie's fault, 100%. Charlie turned me into a coffee snob. And she has no regrets about it either. But she did do this. It is all her fault. When in doubt, blame Shirley for everything. It's always her fault. Man, this cleanup is annoying to do. Necessary to like make sure all the points are actually going where they're supposed to, but God, this is rough. We shouldn't have to do too much once we get past the hair, though. Not a whole lot else goes into actual points, which is a small blessing, if nothing else. Bit by bit, yeah. Also, Charlie didn't deny it. She admits that she's a problem. She admits it's her fault. She knows. Yeah, see, exactly. I said earlier, when in doubt, blame Shirley. She won't refute it. Shirley is a problem. She is a problem. I admit nothing. Lies. Don't let her gaslight you. You can't gaslight, gatekeep, and girl boss your way out of this one, Shirley. Also, I love that as like a joke, like the gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss thing. It's so funny. I saw somebody mention that recently in regards to like some Marvel character in the comics who's like a rival to Carol Danvers. And it's just, it's very funny. What you making that face at before, Charlie? You know it's true. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. And yet again, Obsi makes a Star Wars reference despite not being a huge fan of Star Wars. Surprising no one. Okay. I think we're pretty close to having had that all cleaned up now. Nice. Obviously just wants a Rancor. I mean, I guess. It's a very meme-y, quotable set of movies. It is. It very much is. Star Wars is so full of memes, and it's great. There we go. Now I have, like, the actual proper line art stuff. I think the Pirate series was like that, too. I mean, it is. I don't think it's at the same level as Star Wars is, but it's... yeah. It's a whole thing. Alright, let's go steal some colors from her actual art. Alright, let's start with skin tone. Refer to other layers. Let's go. Now we can actually do flats. Hooray. That's not really where that should be, but that's fine. Thief! Yeah, I'm gonna steal stuff. It's fine. Wait, why is that a different color there? Why does it look like that? Why does that look like that? Also, I apparently didn't do cleanup like I intended to. Multiple layers. We gotta clean all this crap off. Oh, right. The background's still white. Yeah, before we do any sort of, like, coloring, I need to clean up some stuff. Any other sections with little dots of something or another? Because those definitely need to go. It's going to ruin the clean aesthetic if it keeps showing this nonsense. It needs to be cleaner than this. I don't precisely use lines for that. For just to fuck it up. I'm trying to think of like how I can fix this, because like that kind of like you can see here like how it changes the stuff. That's from like basically degradation from copying it. I'm trying to think of like ways that I can fix that, and I currently don't know how I could. It's still lower than that? Jesus. Oh, I see what I did. I goofed it. I'm not sure what I would do to like fix this whatever, because that's very obnoxious to say the least. It's somewhat easy to clean up at least, but still. It's not ideal. It's fire damage from the fire. It's fine. Hi, Molly. Welcome, welcome. Actually, you know, I wonder, now that I think about it. Yeah, that's still back there. I wonder if I can do... It's like, that's a lot cleaner. I wonder if I can fix this by doing... If I can just do this. Hold on, that's a problem. To all layers. Layers that I can see, anyway. I wonder if I can fix this by doing this. See, where's a section with all that artifacting in it? So I can see if it's going to get rid of it or not. that clean it up? Did that fix it? I might have fixed it actually. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There we go. There's the gray. All the same color now. Let's say that so I don't have to do this again. Right. Now that we've cleaned all that up, we can go back to what we were doing, which is trying to fill in the flats for all of her skin tones. Wherever the hell all that even is. I think this is booba skin. Head pats. Now, on the subject of head pats and stuff, I was talking earlier about how I don't have an updated model for Coco yet. She's got her 3D model, but like I've been trying to get stuff like situated, and one of the things we're working on is like I tried putting her Void model in Waterdough and found that Waterdough does not like Coco's model in the slightest. Not even a little bit. It is absolutely not a fan. So for me to add extra redeems and things like that, we really need to update her model. So we're working on kit bashing some stuff. I got nothing to showcase right now. We just started this process. But hopefully what that'll end up being is that I'll do like kind of what Shaylee did with her model and have like a proper kit bashed good model. It'll be better expressions. We can have better redeems, and you guys can be more menaces with her. And who knows, maybe I'll find a way to get her to like be able to talk to you. Like maybe a Neurosama type thing. Maybe not the same, but something like that, perhaps. Alright, Burnice, let's get... Okay, what is the base color for your clothes here? I think I have my own black that I can use for this instead. Is the underside of her dress the same? No, it's not. It's red. Okay. Alright, let's look at her design here. She has a lot of black in her design, I'm realizing. Up there, up there. I'm going to clean this up a bit. Might as well go ahead and do that now, actually. Let's see, her jacket's got a lot of stuff. The rim around the outside of her skirt is also not red, so that's gonna require a lot of stuff. Time to zoom in. Yeah, there's a lot of zooming. Gotta get in these corners. Thankfully, the way I do my coloring stuff now is actually a little bit better than it used to be. So we clip to this like gray layer. That way I don't have to like worry about getting outside of it. But like when I'm done with that, I turn it to like a dark black. So whatever like whatever holes I might have had that I didn't quite get to. However, it avoids green characters a lot. Yeah, kinda. There's not a lot of that, is there? You have, like, the Dendro characters in Genshin, but, like... Also, wait a minute. Did I get Burnice's, like, hand thing wrong? Is that... It doesn't go... Okay, never mind. They drew it differently in the art here. Because in the art, it looks like it goes up around her thumb, but it's not. They use teal more? Yeah, they do. You've got, like, Nahida and Kole and a few others that are, like, properly green. But as far as, like, an Impact 3rd, like, Mobius is green. She might be one of the only green characters, though. She's one of the few green ones. I think each game has kind of, like, the colors they sort of resort and fall back onto, which... I get, because I do the same thing. Like, I design characters, end up, like, falling into the same patterns. I'm like, well, I can't fault Mihalir for that, because I do the same thing. They love purple, yeah. Well, with Honkai, that makes some sense, right? Because, like, pink and purple is, like, a really common color for, like, Honkai stuff. And they use it a lot in the enemy designs and stuff. So incorporating it into, like, their Hersher characters and stuff makes a lot of sense. That's just, like, a thing that, you know, naturally would be how you would do that. But I'm not really opposed to it. They do have a lot of purple, though. Like, I'm thinking about some of my favorite outfits for, like, Mei and Bronya, and they're, like, purple. There's a lot of that. Oh, you know what, though? Like, you can call it teal if you want to, but Sushong's battlesuit is sort of green. Green-ish. Green adjacent. There's a lot of that. We'll see that later today, though, when I go to do... stream with it, but it's green adjacent. Let's see. Oh yeah, the stripe down the side is also black too. Yeah. Excuse me. It's allergies. I'm trying to think of, like, how they've done a lot of this. Let's see. Bless your face, thanks. Clip it, send it to VTuber Sneezes. Is that a real thing? I mean, I don't even have Coco's model up right now. I feel like that wouldn't be as interesting to, like, look at. Like, oh yes, we can see the P and G. Sounds like a great time. Alright, let's see. Scroll back up and look at her jacket again. There's so much black in this design. I'm not upset about it. It's just like a damn. Let's pull up the other reference image that I showcases what her weapons look like. Oh, right. Yeah, the text is supposed to be white. I forgot. Clip to layer below. Let's just get this color real quick. I forgot that's supposed to be not black. thing that's easy to fix. Let's see, of course, all of these need to be filled in. I need a higher res image of this, actually. No, I don't want the Tumblr one. Open image in new tab. It's still the blurry one. I don't want the blurry one. Why are you not letting... Let me click on shit, Google. Ah, here we go. Finally, a high-res version of this. I can take a look at it. Or at least of one of them, anyway. Couldn't get shit from Tumblr. Because of course not. Alright, see exact matches. There's one on or Pinterest. Oh god, you're gonna go to Pinterest? Disgusting. Do not make me do that. Open image in new tab. There we go. Now I can actually see it instead of it being like 2 pixels. Alright, let's scroll down and look at this thing. Okay, here we go. All of this just so I can figure out where to put these colors that I want. I'll have to recolor some of the line art here, but that's fine. And then this thing... all of this, except for the thing. Okay, I think that's all of what's on that one. We'll have to clean it up a bit, but... Playing WoW and got a bit of a glitch where I now have this child floating in the air behind me like he's swimming. Oh, that's fun. Glitches are fun. We like glitches. Oh no, that's not what that is. It goes up that way. I was actually going through YouTube recently, and there was apparently some glitches for Impact 3rd that was giving character animations that didn't belong to certain characters to others, which is pretty fun. I don't know how they managed to pull that off, but it's pretty neat. Spin? I see that spinny car. I'm probably need to fill this. That means I need to go back over this other one too. You know, one of these days, we're going to have to add more emotes to this channel, too, so you guys have more stuff to play with. I need to get some animated ones. I might commission some people for that. Set some money aside for commissioning. I'd like to see how other people draw Coco that's not me. I'm so used to seeing her on my own that, like, it's kind of weird to see when other people draw my characters. Because I'm just not used to seeing it. Ship. That's not supposed to be there. If you guys have ideas for emotes, do let me know. Because I think as this channel progresses into like me doing art stuff a lot more and maybe my other characters and things, we might have emotes for a variety of characters, not just like Coco and Obsi. So if you guys have ideas for things, do tell. Who knows? Maybe we'll actually use it for something. See, Burnice is the inside of your jacket thing. Also black. Yes, it is. Okay. We don't see it from this angle. Is the inside of her main jacket? Yeah, the inside of her main jacket's also black. So that needs to go there too. And her glasses are black. I thought these were gold for some reason. I don't know why. It's because they're right next to her, like... Oh, it's because they're half gold. Like, only the top section here is black. The actual sides of them are gold. And then it goes into her hair braid things, which are also black. Not black. They're gold, sorry. I'm... Brain go brr today. Alright, now what about your pack here? What can I see of this that's actually black? Bottom of this thing. The side of that. And then the top of it, if we actually can get to it. Okay, I think that might be where all the black actually is supposed to be. So that's good. That I just filled this into the wrong layer, didn't I? I fucking did! Damn it! That's fine. Hold on, we're gonna fix that right now. Damn it. Let's turn our line art off too. It has to stay the same color it's supposed to be, damn it. So I keep forgetting, like, anytime I look at how Zenless does, or not Zenless, but like all of MiHoYo's stuff, like when they choose skin tones and things for characters, the skin tones always look really sickly. It's not until you start adding in like a bit of like pink in certain areas to like make it look a little healthier. But like, characters look so pasty and sickly in comparison. I find it a tad disconcerting, but like, yeah, like that's not like a human skin tone. That is it's a very, very white skin tone. Let's see. I guess her eyes will probably still be the same red as everything else, so I can fill that in, and we'll just do all the layering with it later. Oh god, I have to do the fire symbols on her fucking jacket. Oh god, that's gonna take forever. So complicated. That's not right. Let's see. Where all is the red here? It's probably not exactly correct, but that's fine. It doesn't have to be. I need to add the whites to her eyes, too. Let's see, this is also red. Oh, I'm gonna have to change the colors of the line art on the belts here too, because they should be that same white color as everything else. We'll get to that in a minute. Also, I didn't change the top of the pants, which needed to happen. Or not pants, that. Words. What do they mean? Okay, now she's got the top of this is supposed to be red. And then the inside of this is red, but not the other part of it. So I'm gonna have to adjust that a little bit. Seems also that the red is this stuff too. I think that's the red part here. Why is there a line missing there? That should be where her finger is. Why is there not a line there? I'll figure it out. I'll go add it whenever I need to. There's like gold there. I'm not seeing any other red though. Not that we can really see. Yeah, I don't think we can see anywhere. So yeah, let's go ahead and fix that then. That should have been black from the start. Also, I'm apparently, like, I knew this would happen, but, like, as I'm filling this in, I'm realizing that I missed certain sections that should be filled in, like this. Or that I didn't fully finish some of these thicker lines here when they should have been. Where's my red layer again? Because I forgot the other side of her skirt is also supposed to be red. It should be there, there, and there. Her hair is a lighter color than the rest of the gold. I wonder if I should just do it the same. No, I shouldn't do it the same color. It should be separate. Let's pull it from her art. At least I don't have to worry about finding it anywhere else. It's just got to be here. Wait, that's actually supposed to be a skin color there. Oops. I didn't put it where it's supposed to be. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be empty space back there. Heading out, have a good one. Yep, see you, Saoirse. Thanks for popping in. It's always good to have you. Do need to go back and clean this up. You know what, actually, I know what I'm gonna do. Hold on. Turn off all the color. Let's turn this off for a second. I'm gonna just get this correct this time. Should be that, this, and that. Well, maybe not that one. That might actually have something behind it. Making sure we didn't miss anything. Well, I guess that is supposed to be emptied here. Let's just make sure we got all of that selected. There. That works. And we can turn this back on. Go to skin tone. I'm gonna go and get the whites of her eyes because I need that. It's getting a little odd not having that there. Skin tone back on. There we go. Now she's got the whites of her eyes like she's supposed to. Anything else on her design that's supposed to be What? Yeah, there's a few things. Or, you know what? Actually, maybe they might be gray. In which case, I don't have to worry about it. Seeing as she needs the things. Windows Update borked something? Again? What did Windows break this time? Because it's always breaking something. BRB? Okay. Let's see, where is that goofy ass meme face she's got going on? Oh, this gives me a good look at what her eyes look like up close, which is not bad. Let's see, snip tool. I need to steal the color from her mouth.
Okay, those are better.
Yeah,
Those are better.
that's better.
It changed it in Windows and Discord. I had to go like, oh, okay, I'm gonna fix things.
So you say.
I do see.
Mm-hmm. Why are you breaking stuff, Jerry Lee?
I'm good at it.
I know you are, because you do it all the time. You always breaking shit.
That's how I know to fix stuff.
Uh-huh. It's a stinky cat. You're right, it is a stinky cat.
I'm not stinky.
So I smell you from here.
I'm not stinky.
Stinky cat.
Smell anything, it's coffee.
I need more coffee. I should go get some. When I finish placing these flats, maybe. This is taking a lot of time to do. I don't know why I chose to draw a character who is very complicated.
You did. Well, no, you didn't choose. Wasn't it like a poll?
You know what? You're right. It's been so long that I forgot that you guys in chat voted for this. You did this to me! It's like that meme.
Sound like a pregnant lady on on the bed.
God. No, I was thinking it sounds like that meme of like the... what is it? It's like, oh, if only there was someone to blame. You're right. There is someone to blame. It's your fault! like that one. Which I had to go find, but like, you guys know what I'm talking about. It's good. I did nothing, mainly because you probably streamed when I was other working stuff. Well, this wasn't a stream poll. This was a Twitter poll. This was voted on by Twitter back in like November. And I've just been busy, so we never really got around to actually finishing this. But hey, we're making progress. We're following up on it. Let it be said that Obsi is a man of his word at the very least and did come back to this just ages later.
For a long time running.
Yeah, just a bit. Rare. Rare.
Well.
Did you enjoy me yelling at you this morning, Shirley?
Oh gosh.
Shirley's just waking up, and I'm like, join me! It's been 84 years. It has been 84 years. I had to like rebuild my computer for a bit, and then there was like holiday shit, and then I got distracted with Minecraft and Monster Hunter.
This is true.
At the very least, Minecraft is Shirley's fault.
This is also true. I could start playing that right now if I wanted.
You could.
But I've turned on pixels instead.
Look at you trying to be productive. Trying being the operative word here. That's not supposed to be that color. You still working on your Miku, Charlie?
Yeah, animating hair.
Oh, fun.
Right.
Yo,
Beep.
Yo, it's a DK.
what y'all doing? What y'all streaming?
I'm streaming art, bitch. Why aren't you
Oh.
in chat?
I am in chat. I'm lurking. I'm also working on something off stream too.
Nice.
Yeah, I got
I-
something. I got something
Just do
fun.
pixels. Oh yeah.
So I just discovered a randomizer on my Mix It Up.
Oh.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mhm.
So let's give me an idea to do something really fun. I'm not gonna say what it is.
You gonna spoil it for my YouTube audience and Twitch?
Spoilers.
They're gonna have to wait. For now, this is your time. You're doing art.
Yeah, I'm just drawing a chaotic little gremlin character, from as I understand her.
Ah,
I haven't played Zenless, so I don't know, but my impression is that Burnice is chaotic. She's just a little unhinged, and that's
he
That's
has that
fine.
chaotic energy.
a bit. What am I getting pings for? Oh, pings from Charlie.
Oh yeah, I got
That's
that from
Airbnb
Charlie.
stuff.
Okay. And
Yeah,
pings from
I
Bombshell.
was a little hesitant because I thought Charlie's about to hack me.
Charlie, why are you trying to hack us? Why are you doing
But no,
this?
it's really funny, because Carbide was the first person to bring this up. It's like, is this the real Charlie? And let me read the DM.
Oh my god, what did you do?
Is this the real Charlie? A real Charlie link? And like, it's me. He's like, that's what a Charlie would say. I'm like, if it's not me, I'll buy you a Hawaiian shirt. He's like, deal.
Wow, that was easy.
No problem.
So,
Charlie
the
sending
real
sus
Charlie?
links. Yeah, are you
I-
Charlie?
yeah.
Are you the real one? Will the real Charlie please stand up?
No.
No. Decided
would
she's
that
gonna give up.
would the real Charlie say no?
Yes. If I asked her to do
Yes.
something, yes. That's how you know it's the real Charlie. Because Obsi asked her to do things. No.
Obviously do something, Charlie. No. Okay, you're the real Charlie.
Yeah, that's how you know she's legit. She doesn't listen to me.
When do you ever listen to anybody?
Yeah, that's a good question.
See what I mean? See what I mean? She's not even listening to what I said. She's the real Charlie,
She ignores us all.
right?
It's the whole like neurospice. You ask somebody to do something, they automatically say no, even though they're gonna do it anyway.
I'm still gonna.
That's one of my favorite gags too. It's so fun. It's like, hey, do this thing. No. Does it
No.
anyway. It's so good. Flamethrowers call to the crazy peoples. You're right, they do.
Oh yeah, I'm never excited. I got 2 more days left.
2 more days.
Yeah.
Let's see. So that's the red. I've got ages off before we get a new model for Coco to showcase. But one day there will be new stuff.
One day.
It's gonna take a
How
while.
long? Actually, I forgot.
I
need to
mean,
post something
I
on
feel like
Twitter.
making her little like accessories things and having to learn how to properly model that and texture it. That's gonna be the thing that takes the longest. Getting her base body up in like some, you know, really basic textures and stuff, like that's gonna be pretty easy, but like the rest of it's gonna be kind of a task. Alright, now let's go steal another gray from Burnice. Because they're all going to be the same gray. And I'll just figure it out from there.
I need a dead pose.
Charlie,
Yeah.
I'm going to beat you up.
Live in public? Damn.
Yeah. This was going to happen. We're going to fight right now.
That's not happening. You're too far away.
Get closer then. You must be
Gotta
fought. No, I don't want to wait a week.
You gotta wait.
Wait,
It's not even gonna be a week.
Wait for death.
I don't want to
That
wait.
reminds
I want to
me.
fight you
I
right now.
gotta go shopping.
Oh right, because you and Insane have plans. You've plotted against me.
Shopping today.
The nonsense I had to put up with you two. The sheer amount of fuckery involved with you two.
I also gotta find a glue gun.
What do you need a glue gun for?
Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it.
No, don't worry about it.
No. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm worried what nonsense you're bringing to my house. I feel like I should be concerned.
No, don't be concerned. It's fine.
You know, funny that you say that, and yet I'm still not convinced that I shouldn't be concerned. I feel like, in fact, I need to be more concerned, as it turns out.
No.
Why would you be concerned? It's fine. It's fine.
It's me.
Because it's you,
Oh.
that's why.
Bring delicious treats.
You better. We will have to fight if you don't bring tasty treats as tribute.
Says tribute.
Tribute.
Where's the altar?
I'll have to make one.
Just turn your Christmas tree on.
Oh yeah, I guess I haven't talked about this on stream yet, but like when Charlie and Insane raided my apartment and then they brought like all this random shit to hide around the place, one of the things Charlie bought was a little tiny Christmas tree. Like a Charlie Brown ass tree. And this thing she also bought lights for, which are extremely fucking bright. Like it's just it lights up my entire living room. And I'm like, well that's
Yeah, I was kind of surprised at how bright they were.
yeah, like that's a problem. But then when Christmas came and went, I decided, you know what? I'm not putting this thing up. I don't want to. I'm just gonna leave it. So it is sat on my counter in my kitchen, and it's just there. It has little like VTuber keychains and Miku keychains on it. How'd you miss the lights? I didn't miss them. They just it's hard not to see them because they're so fucking bright you can't see anything else. But yeah, so like I have a Christmas tree with like little Miku figures and VTuber keychains and stuff on it. And then I later bought like a pumpkin, like a little like fake pumpkin thing with a light in it. And that also just sits on my counter now. They've been there for like a while.
Ode to your holidays there.
Yeah. I'm just not going to take them down. I'm like, no, they're just going to sit there. It's fine. So they're going to come here with more decorations of some kind, and they're just going to find a permanent spot somewhere. And that's where they're going to be.
Maybe.
Unless it's comically oversized, in which case I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do with that. And,
No,
and
I
knowing
don't have
Charlie
anything
should do that.
comically oversized.
You say that, but that could just be a ruse. Throw me off the trail.
There we go. Posted.
Valentine's Day decorations.
No, because I hate
Several months
Valentine's
late.
Day.
Yeah, it's second Halloween.
Yeah. Valentine's Day is a shitty holiday, so, like, I would not want that.
Even though technically it's like before Halloween, it's still second Halloween because it's not as good as actual Halloween.
Yeah. Precisely.
Halloween 2,
Yeah.
Electric
the
Boogaloo.
sequel.
Yeah, no, Valentine's Day sucks. It's just a shit holiday.
What holiday?
Valentine's. It's
Oh.
it's garbage.
Oh, Singles Awareness Day. Gotcha.
I mean, that's what some people call it. I think it's just a shit holiday in general. Like, let's say you're actually in a relationship, right? Then you gotta go fight the crowds to go out and do stuff, which
Yeah.
sucks. And if you want to go buy a gift, good luck finding anything of any value because you're gonna be inundated with like all this nonsense that like is clearly just vapid commercialism. And it's like, cool, love that. Love that I can't buy anything of any meaning other than like having to go buy offline and like look for something and hope that I can find things I want. Like, it just sucks. Like, Valentine's Day is just a shit holiday, and no one in their right mind should like
I
it.
think there are good ways to celebrate it, but like the normal trappings usually isn't it.
Chocolate?
That's the thing.
I mean,
Like,
I'd
even
rather
the chocolate's
gummies.
a lot of times overrated. Like,
Yeah.
those stupid chocolate gift boxes are actually kind of bad. A lot of them not great. You give me like a high-end chocolate bar that costs like $4, I'd rather have that.
Right?
Like, I don't care if it's in the shape of a heart or not. I just want the good chocolate.
I will say though, when Valentine's came around this year, I went to like Publix and they had some really like unhinged Valentine's Day things. Like, oh, here's like a chocolate Ford F-150 to give to your husband. And I'm like, what?
A what?
Yeah. It was like a massive like chocolate bar in the shape of like a Ford F-150. And I'm like, what the fuck? Who's buying this? Like, why? But apparently they're like, yeah, no, we want this. This is definitely the thing that we want done. I'm like, sure, man. If you say so. There were other things too, but I don't remember them because brain go brrr.
Yeah, brain definitely go burn.
It happens.
Yeah, the
Happens
brain
to the
rot's
best of
infected
us.
me. I somehow it's Cheerilee's fault. I don't know how, but I blame her for this.
Oh, too bad I can't like
Yeah.
actually repeat that like
What?
effect. Purposely give you brain rot whenever.
No, you already do that because you'll
I
just say
cast,
some brain
I
rotting
cast
meme.
brain rot.
You're
That's the thing.
intentionally trying to make Obsi dumb.
Yeah.
That's
I'm not
messed
gonna
up.
say it.
Say it, you coward.
Do it. Do it.
No, it's too easy.
Say it, you coward. Say it.
It's too low hanging. You already know.
I
Say
guess
it,
if you know, you
coward.
know, right?
It's Candy Day too, but the candy isn't as good. Yeah. That's exactly correct.
And the sequel to Candy is Could have been better,
that's
you
not
know.
right. Yeah, they really lost the plot in the sequel to Candy. The pacing was all off. Wasn't great.
right?
Okay, I think we've got most of the flats now.
Now test. Just type.
So far, most of the testing is going good, and I got almost everything done. I just need to add a couple more things, and then I am ready.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah. You're not gonna be a little shit to me, right?
You know the answer to that already.
Yeah, I wouldn't even bother asking.
You already know the answer to that.
I just wanted to make sure.
It's like, you should know better than anybody the answer to that question.
You're gonna be in absolute shit during MomoCon.
Yes. If anything, I'm worse in person than I am in stream.
Oh, I know.
Not really.
What do you mean, not really?
No.
Why? You ruining my reputation
Why?
this way?
What do you mean? Explain, Charity.
He mellows out so fast.
Oh, so he mellows out, and you are completely accident prone, right?
Yeah. Charlie
Don't
will break
remind me.
herself again.
I'm already broken coming to this con. I'm gonna have a hard time walking around. we'll
Still?
just deal with
Again?
it. No, this is like an ongoing thing I've been dealing with. But it didn't have to. I didn't roll my ankles, but I'm just gonna be moving slow. Slow.
Slow as a turtle.
Yep. I can't
Alright.
escape as fast and run amok. Can't chase DK down because he gets ooh shinies.
No,
He
no,
does.
okay. I promise I will not get lost during MomoCon.
You say that, and yet I don't believe you.
Well, I can't guarantee anything because if I do see shiny.
I do miss the fact that Pending and Shad can't come down.
What happens to
What?
Pending and Shad?
I was like, cause like Anime North, Pending would also get lost. Pending would just like poof gone.
Poof.
And me and Shad are the ones
I'm
like
not
looking for
I'm
people.
not the only one. Why
Also,
y'all gotta be pointing at
Carbide
me
also
for?
wanders off, but he tells people where he's going.
Why you gotta poke fun at me for? Everyone else wanders off. Why am I
That's
excluded?
you and Pending. We were like, where did they go?
Yeah.
Carfbide would wander, but Carfbide's like, hey, I'm gonna go over to do this thing. We'll meet up here later, which was fine, and we could find Carfbide because his Hawaiian shirts. But it was it's all good.
Oh, I get it. So because he has an Hawaiian shirt, he's easy to spot, huh?
Yes.
What do
It
I have
stuck
to
out-
wear to stand out then?
I don't know.
I don't know. You need your own Hawaiian shirt now. That's just
No,
the
I
way it
refuse.
is.
I refuse.
We can buy all matching Hawaiian shorts.
Oh my god.
Everybody will find us easily.
And everyone
What is
wearing
this voice
Hawaiian
you're
shirts,
doing?
that's gonna... Yeah, what is that
Don't worry
voice?
about it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
You know what you had
What
the
does it
idea of?
sound like?
What happened?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's not.
That's-
It's not quite Mickey Mouse.
No, I think
It's
I
like-
know exactly what you sound like, Charlie. You sound like that old dude from 8 Crazy Nights.
Oh no.
I've not seen that.
Bum bum bum.
Gosh,
Yeah,
Chili's
Whitey.
favorite.
I think his name is
I've
Whitey.
never seen that.
Oh my god.
It's not like the best, so
It's
you're
not the best, but
you're
it
not really
fucking
missing anything.
plays every Christmas. Almost every Christmas, they always play that
Does
fucking
it?
movie.
I never see it.
There was a time it did.
I've never seen it. Of course, I've never had cable, so like, if it was like a normal like on TV type of thing, I've never seen it.
I think it's on cable because I remember they keep playing that on Comedy Central or some shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All they ever played was Stupid Christmas Story and It's a Wonderful Life, and I don't like either of those movies. I hate them.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of either of those either.
I do not like those movies.
I had a friend in college who like I think was it Wonderful Life was like her favorite movie,
Ugh.
and I'm like, girl,
I
why?
find that movie really boring and somewhat, I don't know, there's just some aspects about it like I just don't like.
I also remember a time where Cartoon Network used to play Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer every Christmas.
You ever watch that movie all the way through? It's fucking weird.
It is.
No.
Like that is
I've
a
never
weird
seen
ass
that.
movie.
I
want
wanna
to
see
very
Krampus.
Weird. Oh my
Krampus
God,
is
Krampus
hilarious.
Is fun.
So-
I've
Okay.
seen Krampus. We
So
need to
I-
watch Krampus in holiday time, okay?
No,
Is
We
it,
do.
is it supposed to intentionally be scary? Because I don't find it scary. It's just mad funny.
So I have a theory.
No, I don't think
About
it's supposed to be
Krampus.
scary.
I was talking about this before, that like Krampus is one of those movies, like it is, when you look at like every decision made for that film, there is no fucking way that movie was not done like that on purpose. Like, you don't stumble into making a movie that shit. You don't do that. You have to very deliberately do that. Like, you have like the
so
fat
it's
kid
an
character
art
who,
form
like,
to make a movie.
yeah.
shitty or something?
So, for example, you have like some monsters show up to kill people that are like really, really good practical effects, and then in the next scene, you'll have shitty CGI gingerbread monster men that are very obviously CGI and terrible. And I'm like, what is the difference here? You have like, there's a lady who's supposed to be like the I guess I'm telling you the story of Krampus lady, but she speaks in German and everyone else speaks to her back in English. And when they have a flashback for her past, it's animated like the fucking like Tim Burton ass movies, the old like Christmas specials.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, you don't do shit like this and it not be deliberate. Like, that has to be deliberate. Because it has like that sort of like mean-spiritedness of like Gremlins, but it also has like the weird way that like old Christmas movies are. Like the, oh, we're having the in-laws over and shenanigans ensue, like National Lampoon's kind of thing. And it has tropes from like both of those kinds of genres just
Yeah.
thrown in all. I'm like, there is no way you do that and it not be on purpose. I'm convinced that Krampus is secretly genius. Like,
I'll have to
whoever
watch.
made that movie,
then
I'm like, you don't stumble into
We'll
that.
decide.
we
I
all
will,
have
I will
to
watch.
watch it.
And we'll decide if they absolutely did it on purpose or not.
That'll have to be like a thing. We'll have to put a reminder in Discord of like, hey, we're watching Krampus in like the server. Get ready, because I'm convinced this
Yo,
movie is
when
is a
summertime
thing.
hits, we watching Christmas in summer. Let's go.
A Christmas in July kind of thing.
Christmas in July, yeah.
Yeah, that movie is so unhinged. You've got like the fat kid who's only there to be a fat kid joke and has no speaking lines the entire film. And I'm like, what? Like, you don't do something like that and it not be like deliberate. Like, that's very deliberately done. Because old movies like Gremlins used to do stuff like that. Like, they were all very mean-spirited in a lot of ways. And
Yeah.
I'm like, there's so many little things like that. I'm like, I know that you guys did this on purpose. I know what you are. I've talked to some people, though, and they don't believe me. They're like, no, maybe it's just like a bad movie by guy. And I'm like, no, it's not. I
I'm
swear.
up here for a bit. I'm up here for a bit.
How
Okay.
dare you? That movie is secretly a masterpiece. Do not at me. I will die on that hill. 100%. Bum bum bum. What you bumping about, Shirley?
Get around to some stuff. Making my Miku hair bounce.
Mm-hmm.
Did I turn it off by accident? I must have. Do.
Rotate. This is so difficult to get set up correctly.
Oh, the little fire. Fire.
Yeah, she has so many little things like this just kind of scattered about, and it's a lot. Even if it's not like especially accurate, I need to have this like set up and.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no! What
I
you oh,
forgot
no
about something. I have to like actually
you
do some
forget?
pixel drawing here because Miku's hair is so long. If she's sitting down, I have to draw it where it's like actually like on the floor. Like. so I'm like, oh yeah, I actually have to draw that. Dang it. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go grab some more coffee and like some ibuprofen because I can feel like a pressure headache coming in. I hate those.
Been a lot of that going around, honestly.
It has been.
Because I had pressure
surprised
headaches
with the
myself
storms
the
that
other
rolled
day.
through last night and stuff. Let's see what's the weather. I feel the weather in my head.
Well, that's just not great.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a low pressure sitting system like the line sitting over Nashville.
Wow, that's good, bad, not great.
No, it is what it is, and they don't always affect me. But like I go and I'll like, oh, I got a pressure headache, and I'll go and look online, and you have the little lines where they show where the pressure systems are going through, high pressure, low pressure. There's a low pressure one like sitting right to like the west of where I live. I'm like, yep, I can feel it in my brain. As soon as it passes over, it usually kind of goes away. Like the pressure evens out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also somewhat allergy related because my sinuses are all kind of like wonky and clogged up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel that. I've been having like allergy issues as well lately. Alright, there's settings. Clip to there below.
But yeah. I shall return all your coffee and stuff. And then I guess I'm going to do pixel art while you do art.
Yeah. Let's see, does she have any other patterning I need to be concerned with? I think that's all of it. There we go. Finally, we have most of the flats. I think there's maybe some recoloring I need to do in the line art.
Discord.
Discord.
I'll be back.
It's fine. I think we're making pretty good progress, though. All things considered.
I return.
I have returned. I'm Obsidian.
Hi. Sorry, I had to order something for my bro. He got hungry.
Hongi.
Yeah. Got the hunkies.
I mean, I feel that. All I've had so far today is like a, what is it? Sausage biscuit, which I proceeded to crunch on beginning of stream.
I don't know if I want to eat anything today because I don't know what happened yesterday, but my stomach did not like me at all.
Well, that's no good.
Yeah. So I don't know what it is that I ate, but my stomach's like, fuck you.
That is a struggle.
I have no idea, dude. I won't go into details, but yeah.
Well, you don't want to give us all the gory details of your tummy troubles?
No, fuck no. Ew, gross, no.
Because YouTube definitely wants you to do that for sure, and wouldn't absolutely be like, what
that
the
is
fuck
a
are you
nasty.
doing?
That is nasty algorithm.
Gross.
Right? I'll spare you the details.
Let's see. Oh, that needs to be cleaned up. I'm trying to decide if I want to like attempt to do rendering today, or if I want to like put that off to next week sometime. Because we've got all the line art stuff done, we got all the flats ready, and rendering is going to take a while. Like that's going to be a big task. So I'm deciding if I want to like do that today or not. Part of me wants to fall into Minecraft again. But I also need to like work on model stuff too, because like Coco definitely needs a new model, and I need to work on that.
Yeah, and I need to start finishing up on my stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
On my end. So we all got work to do.
Yeah, there's always projects to work on.
Yeah. Hopefully after this project is done, and then MomoCon is done, and then my move is done, and I can just relax. Finally.
I may end up... I haven't decided this yet, but I might end up setting... Right now we're only doing like one art stream a week, but I think I might start doing more. Just shorter sessions where I'm not streaming for too long, just working on little things here and there.
I'm still trying to figure out what type of schedule I want to do so I could... Whoa, excuse me. I could actually be consistent.
Yeah, I think I found a good balance, honestly. Like, doing a stream on the weekends is pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, that is something I learned. That I should have learned earlier, but now I know. Like, consistency doesn't involve like having to stream every day or stuff. You can still be consistent if you're streaming like once a week.
Yeah.
Or hell, like 2 days a week. Like if you're only stream Monday through Wednesdays every week, that's still being consistent.
Yeah, pretty much.
That is something I learned, so I'm keeping that in mind. I don't have to stream every day.
Yeah, I don't feel like I need to stream every single day, but I feel like out of necessity, I need to do a lot more streams.
Yeah, another thing I learned is with one VOD, you could get multiple clips. You don't have to...
Oh, yeah, that's why you pay an editor. That way they can go through your VOD and just start clipping shit for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have an editor.
I mean, I don't either, but like that's why you do editing, is like all of that becomes basically just a farm for content. Like a lot of the streamers that I see, if they're growing an audience, they have like a ton of clips from their streams just all the time. That's how it works.
Yeah, and the program that I use for my own editing stuff, the yearly thing. Because it's so stupid, because the thing I use has a yearly subscription and it's about to expire in a couple of days on my birthday. Yeah. So, and I am not gonna pay. I'm not paying to renew that. I already paid way too much money.
Too much money.
I'm gonna have to find an alternative.
Do what you want.
To making clips.
Let's see, now where did I put Burnice's eyes at? Okay, they're over here.
It's either that or I just poke Shad.
I mean, Shad's pretty good for this stuff. He does editing for a lot of different people, I think.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he would absolutely be somebody worthwhile to, like, talk to about editing. I think so, anyway.
Yeah. I do like editing my own stuff, though.
I mean, the problem with doing that, even if you like it, is that it takes time.
It takes time, I know. It does take time.
Editing is a time-consuming, frustrating process.
And time is something I rarely have, because you know my situation, Obsi.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, full-time job, streaming.
I mean, yours is very similar to my own, and just that, like, you stream probably more than I do, but, like, overall, like, it's just a lot to do.
I might cut that down, though. Because I used to stream Monday through Thursdays, but now I don't know if I can do that anymore.
I don't know. Like, I feel like I've been having a good time with it, like, on the schedule that I've been on, but still not for everybody. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention I have way too many projects I need to finish.
You preaching to the choir on that one. Fellas, hey, you're back. You know what that means? GTFO fish save. Yeah, I am back. I've been putting up stuff consistently now.
Obsi's back?
I know.
No way.
Wild, I know.
Yeah. Wild. As in
Monster Hunter Wilds. If I were playing it, if I were playing it right now, yes, that would be the gag. But we're not right yet. I really need God. I wish I could just upgrade my graphics card so I could stream with the model on that. Like that's so frustrating that I can't do that.
All right, I need to test that.
Also, what's up, Carlos? Hope you're doing well.
From what I've heard, if you're streaming a 3D model while playing Wilds, from what I understand, I have to put my model in 30 frames per second just for it to run well.
I can't do any of that at all. Like, if I tried running Wilds with my current setup, yeah, it would melt. The model starts running at 2 frames a second. Like, right now, I can run Wilds at 60 FPS if I don't have the model up, but if I have the model up, it runs at 30 and my model runs at 2. It's bad.
Yeah, I saw when we was playing the beta way back.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it hurts.
It's a struggle. Surprised to find you at these hours. Sometimes I couldn't make it because you caught me streaming. Yeah, like I'm trying to make it a consistent thing where I stream Saturdays at 11 a.m. and sticking to that. That's the only day that I can really do, because like Sunday I have projects I work on off stream, but Saturdays 11, unless I have to work that day, that's kind of what I hope to keep up with for a while. Like I have to work usually like once a month or so. So I'm hoping that like we can keep up with that. Also, this has come along pretty nicely. This looks pretty good.
Yeah, this is coming along great.
Yeah, now I got all the flats in, and her eyes are not like creepy looking, like they were earlier.
I'm thinking for me, I could do like Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That way, I have a day to recoup or whatever.
You want to start upping the saturation on some of these things.
It's either that, or should I just stream on the weekends? Because there are times where my job is like, oh, you gotta stay late for an overnight job, and it kind of throws off my plans and makes my streams inconsistent.
That's a struggle.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm gonna start adjusting some of these colors.
And with my job, I can't really tell them I can't stay late. I have to play as an anime girl on stream and play games.
Yeah, we gotta be an anime girl. That's how we do stuff.
Right?
Look, I think being an anime girl is preferable to being, like, your usual worker. Being an anime girl is way more fun.
I know, right?
Let's see. I don't know if I want to use this. I'm trying to decide if I want to like up the vibrancy of all these colors to like the ones I typically use for things.
I kind of like the color combinations.
Yeah, like what they did Burnice's colors is actually pretty good. But now I'm gonna start like adjusting this to be what I want.
I returned.
Like DK's even doing the gag
I have
now.
returned.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Doesn't make any sense. Ah.
See, even DK's getting in on it. Let's go.
Oh gosh.
Oh no, I'm turning into Obsidian. Help.
Let's go.
I don't want to be Obsidian too.
The world isn't ready for 2 of me.
No.
The world's not prepared.
No, heavens no.
Obsi can't have any kids because he doesn't need to.
Yeah, I'm not allowed spawnlings.
I don't want kids either. You're good.
I don't need children, nor do I want children. I ain't about that life. Much to the pissing off of all the boomers and whatever. They can get the fuck over it. I don't want kids.
Not to mention, it's another like thing. It costs too much money to raise.
Yeah, it's not
children,
like
children are expensive.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times the people who are like, oh, where they like all pro-child. It's like you better have kids. It's your
No, the
duty as
people
an
who
adult.
are- okay.
They're just salty because they got tricked into having children.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this might be a bit of a wild take. This might be a bit of a wild take or something, but the people who are pro kids and stuff like that, I think those are the type of people that are back in the days, like before the Gen Xers and stuff like that, the Boomer era or whatever.
Yeah, boomers
But
are all
this-
about it. I don't know.
Yeah,
why.
because it's because they
There's
can
some
afford
people-
it. They can
Yeah,
afford it.
Well, they could
So-
afford it actually, and it wasn't as difficult a lifestyle. This is very true.
Nowadays, everything's gone up. Everything's raising. It's a struggle to even live. So most people I bet most people are right now living paycheck to paycheck.
I mean, I
mean,
am.
I'm like
Basically,
one missed paycheck away from homelessness, so you know it's a problem.
Yeah. We could probably go like.
So even don't
months,
even
so.
try to say that that this generation has it easy. Fuck that.
No, they
No,
don't.
that's only a thing that boomers say. Like, there's no actual evidence to back up any of that. That's just a thing they say just to be assholes, I guess. There we go. I might have stolen colors from the original art, but I'm
I
using
say
vibrant stuff
most
now.
boomers because I know there's gonna be some people who be like, not all boomers are like that.
I mean, it's the internet, so there's always going to be somebody like that, but, like,
Yeah.
they're just grifters. There's no point in dignifying them with a response.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah,
They're just
sorry if I
trolls.
went on a bit of a rant there.
You are not forgiven. How dare you go into my channel and my streams and go on a rant like I do all the time?
Hey. At least it's not a political rant, okay?
We don't need to do that, actually.
Yeah.
We definitely don't need that shit. That's definitely an off limits one. But
Yeah, I don't want Obsi to ban me, so I'll be a good DK.
/ban DK.
No.
I love how you think I'm actually gonna do that. That's what gets me about that. Is you convince I'm
You
gonna
do
actually
that
do
and be
it.
like, Charlie, I don't feel so good, and then
What's funny about that is I've
Spirited
only
dodge.
ever done that to like one person. It was Meki, and I did not do it on purpose.
oh,
It was entirely
Wait,
like
didn't Meki ask to be banned?
no. What happened was like he was being a menace and salty, and so out of like his gag, I put like /kick Meki or something, and it actually kicked him from the entire server. So like I wasn't expecting
Oh,
it to
like,
like
whoops.
actually do that. I'm like, oh shit, that was not on purpose. My bad.
Wait, is he still banned?
No, I fixed it immediately, but it was very
Okay.
funny that like I accidentally banned him just because. I was like, well, that's a problem. That was not done intentionally.
Womp womp womp.
Womp womp. It was very amusing. He had it coming though. It was deserved.
Mm.
Let's merge that. So where's the other gray layer at? Oh, it's down below that. Okay, never mind. It's Meki. He deserved it. Yeah, exactly. He absolutely had it coming. He deserved it.
So yeah, I just wanted to top in to check up on y'all two guys.
Well, you're
Yeah,
not gonna
y'all are
stick
good.
around, you coward.
Actually, I have to go touch grass. I'm sorry.
Touching grass? No one touches grass in this day and age.
I'm from South Carolina. I have to touch grass.
No one touches grass. These are lies.
I mean, if it was in New York, then you may have a point.
It's more
I
like
saw that accidental weapon. Look, that wasn't on purpose, Anne. That wasn't on purpose, Anne. I promise.
And shush.
It's not on
We
purpose.
don't want-
Look, it's just because the
Caboose for
layer
the
that everything
kill.
is clipped to is black. It's so I don't have to worry about it going outside of it, okay?
Stop.
Stop it.
Trying to cancel Obsi. Stop that.
Stop it. Honestly, yeah, I'm liking how I did the colors now, because now I've used some of my own colors that I use for palettes on, like, Cocoa and others, and this is a lot more
Yeah,
vibrant.
it's not grass. There is grass there, but you have to get through the layer of pollen first.
Ew.
Yeah.
Gross.
You have to go through the pollen layer, and then you can touch grass.
There was also a point where I went outside and then I saw random mushrooms growing. I'm like, what the fuck?
Mushroom,
that's normal.
mushroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get
Especially
mushrooms all
after
the time.
rain.
Keep in mind, I'm still getting used to this southern lifestyle.
This is
Oh
true.
yeah, you're
also,
like not in the south usually.
Also, there are a lot of mushrooms that look similar that are safe to eat, and some are extremely toxic and deadly. So don't eat random mushrooms out on the ground.
Yeah, don't.
Why
don't do
would
that.
you assume that I'm gonna eat mushrooms?
Look,
You're from the city. You don't know.
You don't know. This is how it is.
That doesn't mean that I'm gonna be like, ooh, this looks tasty. I'm not.
Also,
City folk do all kinds of weird shit.
there are caterpillars.
Yeah, I
Don't-
saw.
the really super fuzzy ones. Not the
Yeah,
woolly
I-
worms one. There's a different kind that will give you like a full body rash upon contact. So
I don't mess with any bugs.
Yeah, we
Okay.
used to This is probably a
I already
slight.
had to deal with house centipedes and spiders and shit here.
yeah.
This is probably a bit on the sadistic side, but like my parents had like, because they have like pecan trees and stuff all around their yard and stuff. And one year when we were younger, there was, as a result of this, an absolute metric fuck ton of those little fuzzy caterpillars, to the point that we had like an ice cream tub full of them.
Oh wow.
Like,
What?
there's so many of them. And because of this, there was a huge influx in orb weavers. Like, there was, like, you would go outside and you would see dozens upon dozens of orb weavers everywhere. So we took to just taking, like, the bucket and just tossing the caterpillars into the orb weaver nests just to see them feast. Because I don't know if you've watched
did
a
that
spider do
a
stuff.
lot
like,
as a kid.
Oh yeah,
it's
I am
really
so
interesting to
happy-
watch.
I am
What?
so happy that I'm gonna be moving out in a couple of weeks because I noticed there was like a couple of wasps hanging around the doorstop, and I'm like, there better not be a fucking nest here.
Look, just go get some soapy water, hot boiling water, and just toss them.
Oh yeah, I saw a video of someone got like some boiling
Yeah.
water. They put it right there, and you saw all those wasps like dropping down.
Oh, that's because they use
Specifically-
gasoline. Like that's
Yeah,
Okay.
they're basically
really?
like killing them with fumes. The soapy water, especially with like Dawn dish soap, like your regular Dawn dish soap, it breaks down their skeleton.
Yeah, it's not just that. Like what it does is like they breathe through their skin. They have these little like I forget what they're called,
Yeah.
but they have a specific kind of lung system where they're breathing through their skin, these little pores. The soap helps clog that up, and then the water scalds them to death.
Goddamn.
So it's a whole thing. It's not nice, but also
a simpler way if you have a wasp issue, a simpler way to
Well,
like
there's
deter
only a
them is
couple
you
of
can,
wasps I saw, so I don't
Yeah.
know if there's a
if
nest.
you don't want to call to have somebody come out and spray for wasps, because they do have like preventative things for like a home where they'll keep them away for about 6
might-
months of the year.
I might have to because it's with
That's
the new
fine.
family
You can-
moving in. I don't want them to be like, oh, there's a wasp under there. Nah, fuck that shit.
I mean, you're not required to deal with that. Like that's
You can
that's
put a
the new
paper
family
bag
problem.
up on like your porch, sort of
I mean,
wasp
true.
shaped,
They already did bought the house and stuff like
like
that.
a wasp
so
nest shaped
the-
paper
I
bag.
can't
and
really
then
back
just
out on the
make it go
deal,
away.
but I don't want to.
I was like, yeah, but you should do what Shirley said. Just like put like a wasp bag on the porch and just kill them that way.
No, they're territorial. They just look if they see like there's a quote unquote nest already there, they won't build there. They'll go find some other place to build. So
you gotta play
like, if you
mental
put-
games with them.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
I
you're
okay,
playing
so
mental
when
games
I
with
go,
them. So if you just hang a paper bag up that looks kind of wasp nest
Alright,
shape,
I'm
not like
gonna
you have
go-
to wrinkle it up, but
a little bit late, like a few minutes or something, I'm gonna go outside while I'm going to touch grass to see if there is a nest.
I mean, yeah.
So pray for me if I don't get stung.
I mean, I don't know that people are really typically allergic to wasps. It's usually bees that are the problems.
I
so-
I have never gotten stung by anything other than mosquitoes.
I can tell you, wasps aren't fun. That's decidedly unpleasant.
Yeah, they're assholes.
yeah,
Even bees don't want them. Hell,
No,
there
they
was a video. There was a video I saw on YouTube where this one wasp was trying to take over a nest, and then all these bees started like.
That's because it's like the
covering the wasp and like heating them so much that the wasps end up dying from over.
Yeah, they vibrate them to death. They like cook them essentially.
Like holy crap, that's bad. That's.
I don't know if that's an American like honeybee thing though. I think that's a Japanese honeybee.
Yeah, I think it's the Japanese honeybee. I think.
But yeah, they can withstand higher temperatures. So like because they can withstand higher temperatures, they basically, and the wasp can't. They basically like make it so hot in their, in their
I've
nest
seen,
that they die. They just
there's even like those
they cook to
really
death.
giant hornets where they're almost as big as your hand.
They have those
crazy.
here in the States.
Oh yeah, murder hornets.
Yep, they are here now. We have those.
They're not in the South, are they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
No! Why would you say that to me?
Look, it's just how it is, DK. Look, the South is like how would I say, the South is basically the Australia of the States.
Yeah.
Like, we've got all kinds of unhinged, weird shit in the South.
I think the only thing we don't have is we don't have the ring snake over here.
Which one's the ring snake again?
Out there.
It's the desert one. That's poisonous. But we've
Oh,
got
yeah.
We got the rattlers, and we've got cottonmouths, and we've got
there is a
copperheads.
sign. There is a
Gators.
sign that I saw.
Yeah, gators.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that. There was a sign I saw on my neighborhood where it said "Beware of alligators." I'm like, no way.
Yeah, welcome
Yep,
to the South.
you got gators.
Any body of water, there's probably going to be a gator in it. Like, this is just a thing you should be aware of, is that gators are around, and they will fuck you up. This is actually, and this is a bit of a sad story, but, like, there was some couple from, like, Minnesota or whatever went to Disney a few years back, and they got too close to the water, and their kid was killed by an alligator.
Oh, God.
Because they just didn't know. They weren't aware that, like, everyone else who's, like, around the area, like, work or stuff, like, they don't even think about it because it's just such a common thing here. But this family didn't know about it. They got too close, and then their kid was drug in.
It was technically, I guess, it was like not inside the park, but it was on like Disney-owned property, so it wasn't like, it wasn't blocked off like they would like inside the park and things like that. So they went outside of the park to eat food and something like that, and the kid wandered off too close to the water. And the gator's like snack,
and then consumed.
So technically, I think Disney wasn't like on the hook for any of that. That was not their fault.
Yeah.
But I think they did help pay for reparations and some things. They didn't have to.
Yeah, they also put up signs to warn people about it too. Like they went kind of out of their way because they don't want to deal with any of that kind of nonsense. They don't want to be held liable for it.
Right.
So they went like way out of their way to ensure that was like taken care of on their end.
Okay, I think I'm gonna hop off and die from touching grass.
Yeah. Good job.
Just don't touch the water.
Yeah, don't touch the water.
All right, I won't touch the water. Take care, y'all too.
Bye.
Bye. Sobs.
Well,
it's fine.
I think a lot of people forget that the wildlife in the U.S. can be dangerous.
Well, it's what we were talking about earlier, like how I went to like Yellowstone and there's like bison and stuff up there, and every year people get too close to them thinking they're tame, and then they get gored to death, and I'm like, yeah, that's a wild ass animal. That is not friend, even if it is friend shaped. That is a murder cow. Don't do that. Or people who see like mountain lions or bobcats and they think they're super cute, like they're house cats. I'm like, no, that thing will absolutely wreck you. Do not do that. New fears unlocked for DK. Yeah. See, Charlie and me, like, we're from the South. Like, we don't think about this stuff because, like, it's everywhere. We all just kind of know, like, inherently from being here. But DK's not from here, so he doesn't know. It's a problem. You got to be careful out there. It's an educational thing, though. Yeah.
A little bit. It's knowing what like if the first time if I wanted to go live up north, which I'm not familiar with, or even out west, I would definitely be asking my neighbors like, okay, what's the weird wildlife that I need to be aware of, like bugs, snakes, just anything in general. Because like when I moved to Tennessee from like North Carolina, because I lived in North Carolina for like most of my life, moving to Tennessee, I didn't know there were boar up here. They had pigs.
Oh,
wild
boar
pigs.
is scary.
Yeah, and I'm like, and I asked about it. It's like, okay, what's the wildlife that we got to worry about up here? It's like, well, they got bears. Like, bears are normal. Bobcats. There are mountain lions, but they're skittish type, so they really don't bother people here. And things. But and then they say boar. I'm like, we have pigs here? They're like, I didn't know that. We have wild boar floating around. So you don't want to mess with those.
Yeah, do not mess with the murder pigs. They are a mess.
The same
You
thing
must
with
be
that
careful.
caterpillar. I was telling DK, is like, there's a caterpillar in this area. Like, it looks pretty harmless, but if it gets on your skin, you will be miserable for weeks. It's not deadly. It's just terrible.
It's not just that either. Like there's like the plants and stuff. There's like the fireweed. Like if you touch it, you're gonna hate yourself.
Yeah.
Because it swells up, it stings. You're gonna be like in misery and pain for a while. It's like, yep, that's what happens. Sucks to suck.
So anytime I go into a place where I'm staying for a long period of time, I'm like, all right, tell me about the wildlife. I need to know.
Yeah, it's an important thing to keep in mind.
I didn't realize how many rattlers were up this way too. I knew that they could be in this area, but they're actually pretty common up in Tennessee. It's like, oh, like when I was in North Carolina, they had water moccasins and copperheads, and the rattler was like not anything you would ever see except once in a blue moon. But they have them all over the place here on the side of the Appalachians. So I'm like, oh, okay.
I mean, like we used to have a bunch of them in my hometown. Like we would have to like kill them and stuff because they would like be a danger to like either you or animals in the area, things like that.
Yeah.
Like, you really couldn't keep them around. Like we had like in my parents' house, for example, like I would go to like do laundry. I guess I have to explain this a bit. So in my parents' house, where my old bedroom used to be, is like they have like their basement, and then there's a stairwell that goes to the upstairs, and then there's a stairwell that was next to where my bedroom was, which goes directly to the outside. Then across to the other side of the basement, like you go in front of the stairs, go up to the upstairs, and then you go to the other side. There were 2 other bedrooms for like my cousin and my sister, and then there was the laundry room. So I had gone in to go do laundry, and then I look in there and I see this like 5-gallon bucket, and there's a snake in it. And I'm like, is this like somebody's toy snake? Like, what is this doing? So I leaned into it, and it was a baby rattler. Like maybe a 1.5 foot long baby rattler that had apparently come in through that door right next to my bedroom and had slithered his way across to like the other side of the basement, got the 5-gallon bucket, and got stuck. And so we had to like dispose of him because that was a hazard. And I'm like, well, that's not great. Like, I don't feel good about this, but like, this is unsafe.
It is what it is.
Yeah, like we can't be here for this. This is unsafe. It was a mess.
I considered, cause was it black snakes / garden snakes? One of them is like a natural predator to like copperheads and rattlers and things like that. It's a bigger, black-brown snake. I considered like we also have a vole problem on the property, so like behind the house the ground is very squishy because they're just digging holes everywhere basically. I was like, what if we just get some black snakes? Buy some black snakes and let them loose. They're meant to like take care of some of this population.
As long as they're native to the area, because that's how you get invasive species.
It's not, no, it's native. You will see them out and about on their own. It's like, but they're a good snake to have around. A lot of people freak out because they'll show up on your doorstep and just hang out. It's kind of deal.
Yeah, this actually, now that you've mentioned that, this did happen to my parents. So when I graduated college, one of the things I had to do was like I had to go to like a field camp. So I went and like flew out to Utah to do field camp. And while I was there, like Mom was like freaking the fuck out. She was like, well, you're gonna run into sidewinders and shit. I'm like, well, sidewinders aren't native to Utah, but sure, whatever. And so we did all this prep to like get me ready for running into snakes of any kind. And when I was there, I didn't see a snake until like my 3rd week there. And it was like a very benign thing. Meanwhile, at my parents' place, within a week of me being there, they had this like 3-foot black snake just enter their house. And it's like at the top of their stairs. Like they go into the basement. It's like right by her bedroom. And I'm like, meanwhile, you guys found a snake faster than I did. I didn't have any problems. I was fine. Things were A-okay over here. I thought that was extremely funny. I don't know what Dad did to deal with that, but like, it was definitely a thing. I was like, that's so funny to me. All that
I
panicking.
find a lot of this stuff fascinating.
Yeah,
I was the PBS kid though. I watched like all the nature shows and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's cool though. Like, I watched more dinosaur related shows than anything else, but like, that's to be expected given the kind of person that I am.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
yeah.
I watched those whenever they happened to come on, but it wasn't my thing. Although one of my best friends growing up, she was all about dinosaurs. She collected dinosaur toys and things like that, and wanted to be a paleontologist for the longest time.
Yeah, I empathize. I also wanted to be a paleontologist for the longest time.
I just really like the nature shows and stuff. Very drawn in. I liked birds. I was big into birds when I was younger. I knew a lot about different types of birds. That was my hyperfixation for quite a while.
A good hyperfixation to have, I think. Birds are my jam. We like birds here. If you don't like birds, fuck you.
Ding.
Just immediately choosing violence. It's fine.
I don't know if I'd ever want to own a bird. I'd be very particular about which bird breed I would pick up. I am kind of fascinated with the idea of owning your own pet owl, but I get one of those like small pet owls. Very derpy.
Mm-hmm.
And or I'm not against the idea of like owning a parrot and stuff, but they're definitely long lived, and I don't know if I'd like a very talkative bird all the time. Depends.
I think that I would have a lot of fun with that. I think it'd be very amusing. Because I find birds to be hysterical. So, like...
Yeah, they're funny. I definitely want one that's smart enough to, like, interact a little bit more with people. Like, you have birds that they don't do, like, a whole lot. They just, like, look cool and make noise. But then you got some that are actually smart enough to, like, not necessarily learn tricks, but, like, they can interact with you. They don't even have to talk, but...
Right.
Just a little bit more than just existing kind of a bird.
Yeah, like, my parakeet before he passed, like, he was just kind of like an existing one. That's just what he was. And I felt somewhat bad about that, because I was like, man, I wish I could have, like, had a little, like, fuendo for him or something, but... It's just one of those things, and I think next time I might want to get something more, which I think would be kind of fun, but we'll have to give that some thought. I wish I could have larger birds, but, like, they're classified as exotic pets, and a lot of apartments just are like, no. You can't have that here.
Yeah.
Like, I had to fight just because I had, like, a parakeet. Like, a lot of them weren't even keen on letting me keep a parakeet around. But I was like, well...
Parakeets are so small.
Well, yeah, that's what I was trying to explain. I'm like, he's not, like, an actual, like, exotic pet. Like,
I do like parakeets. I would be with you. If I ever got a parakeet, I would get, like, 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely need more than one. Like, I had my parakeet for, like, you know, almost 13 years or so, but, like, or 12 or 13 years. And I should have got him, like, a friend. That would have been nice. The only problem with that is, like, you have to be careful that they're not going to breed. Because you do not want baby birds. Do not want to deal with baby burbs.
Baby.
Baby. Fat babby. That stupid meme lives in my brain. I'm gonna blame you for that.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Shirley just gets blamed for everything. It's her role. She's to blame.
You did this. You.
Yo. I can't remember how shadows work. That's probably good for now. I'll have to add my like other shading and stuff to this next. I don't have a whole lot of colors for light skin characters. I draw Coco so often that I don't keep light colors around for skin tones. We'll probably keep going for like, let's see. I'm supposed to do Honkai at 8, and I still need food. I'm not like super hungry right now.
Food.
It's almost 3. I'm gonna stop at 3. However far we get by 3 o'clock, we'll call it.
What's 3? What time is it? I have no idea.
It's 2:40. It's about 20 minutes.
20 minutes, yeah.
About a 4-hour stream.
Yeah, I gotta pop off and run amok for a little while.
Amok. Let's see. I could probably use Coco skin tone in this actually, and then just adjust the color for it.
And what? I mean, it looks fine so far.
Yeah, it's like a subtle thing of like adding in some variation to the skin tone, like showing where like stomach muscles are supposed to be, things like that. But without like it's usually like very like I'll put it here and you won't even really see much of it. It's gonna be very subtle, but it adds like a little bit of like depth to the overall thing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to adjust the color for it as well. Blur it a bit. Multiply. Filter, blur. Just use Gaussian blur.
Some progress on my Miku stuff.
Yeah, I'll do that. Probably lower the opacity of it some more. Actually, let's turn this back up. Edit tonal correction. Wants to be a little redder than this. Let's pick the color out of that. Filter, let's do our Gaussian blur again. Let's put that up to maybe 140. Not 040, 140. Yeah, we're doing pop noises. It's Popcat time.
I gotta go by the craft store, but.
But
Because I was talking about it the other day. It's right next to the Froyo place. I haven't had some good Froyo in a while.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember the last time I had Froyo.
This is one of those places where like it has like 10 different flavors on the wall, and then you can like put whatever toppings you want on it. And so they just weigh your ice cream and charge you for it.
Right.
Which is really good because it just I said you put whatever you want on there. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. Bork, 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 bork.
Bork, bork, bork.
I hear the doggos.
Doggo! Let's see, I need to... Okay, hold on. Is this even right? Okay, I think I need to drag... Is all that already in where the folder needs to be in? No, it's not. There we go. I can add that glow to her face there. And that's the sketch, which we don't need to look at right now anyway. Easy. Though I will turn this off for now because I don't need to do that just yet.
Easy.
Easy peasy. Let's do 30 multiply. Let's see. They're trying to put highlights on her. They have the way that they do shadows and stuff. I've noticed is like, actually, I think I have it still pulled up here. If you look at how they handle this stuff, it's very like they'll have different color things here. They've moved to different like this. It's very different to how I do this kind of stuff. And I can't really do this exact way of coloring in the way that I currently do my shading, because like so much of it's like clips to different things, and I can't like add that outside of stuff. It's a whole task.
Go back to the picture again.
Yeah, so like look at like how they do this here, right? You've got this like thin layer of like orange here, and it goes into the skin tone here that's like the darker shadow, but then they have other little blocks of color below that.
I've noticed like yeah, they're doing like
and they have that around here too.
Lot of,
it's like a glow dodge layer.
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't typically do that. So if I wanted to incorporate that, it would be very different, I think.
It's interesting because usually when I see that, it's very airbrushed in versus like this is blocked in, so that's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's very different. It's not how I would do stuff, but like I'm not trying to replicate their style exactly anyway. We're trying to do things my way. Hence why I've upped the saturation on all my colors, because this is way more saturated than like the colors they've chosen here. Which I've noticed is a lot of the, like, if you were to look at the big difference between, like, how I do art versus how MiHoYo does, like, their stuff is, like, how I would do stuff, but way more muted. Like, they have an extremely more muted tone for a lot of things. And so I err a lot
I do
more
notice
very highly
they do
saturated
mute stuff.
things.
It's not necessarily, like, bad, but whenever they want a color to pop, they'll use, like, 1 or 2 colors they'll, like, super saturate out, and then the rest of them are going to be pretty toned down.
Meanwhile, I just really like high saturation, like, very vibrant colors, so like I tend to do that, but like MiHoYo doesn't really do that. It's not their MO typically. Let's go over here. That is not the right layer. It's not like a bad thing. It's just something I've noticed. Seeing as I reference their art all the time for like my own stuff, it's a very big difference between how I would do stuff and how they do stuff.
I still want to do an art piece where I work with grays first and basically like color glaze it out at the end. It's kind of what I'm doing with my pixel art. I'm doing everything in grays first, and then I go back in and I kind of color glaze everything to make sure like the lines are still standing out.
Right.
But like actual like an actual drawing, not just pixels, like a full-on image, and try it. I don't know what I would do for like a subject matter for that though.
That I could not help you with.
I'm not sure. I think it would be beneficial for me to like do some fan art, but of what?
I don't know. I
I don't know
don't
if I
do
do
nearly
a
enough
VTuber,
fan art.
and I don't want to necessarily do me like another picture. So I don't know.
I mean, I love doing fan art, but like I don't do nearly enough of it. Like doing this art of Burnice, which is hilarious because I don't even play this game, is like one of the few times I've done fan art in recent memory. Like I did Dino Crisis stuff a while back, but like we don't like the stuff I use in my thumbnail on YouTube. For those of you who are on YouTube, is like I did that. Like that was my art of Regina. But like I haven't done fan art consistently in any major capacity for some time, and I just don't. I should, but I just don't. It would get more attention on my artwork as opposed to me just drawing my own characters all the time. I mean, I like my girls, don't get me wrong, but like...
Yeah.
I think people would like seeing fan art of characters they recognize as opposed to trying to get attached to mine. I said, my girls are cute, and I will fight you if you disagree. So,
I think when it comes to drawing OCs, and I've seen people with accounts with really big followings where they're just drawing their own characters, but whenever they do illustrations of their characters, it's usually in a scene that kind of tells a story. So like, there's lore that comes with the image, kind of deal, versus just sort of like poster work and or like character art kind of stuff. There's an interaction going on, either like with like an item or an environment, but usually with another person. And those are the ones that get like really big followings, is where they can, like, the people, they don't necessarily know what's going on, but like the image lets the audience's imagination run wild. And sometimes this is like a love triangle thing or something like that, which a lot of people can get into, but not always. But their images are very story oriented, I've noticed. So
yeah, I've seen that kind of thing too. It's not a bad way of doing that either. It's different from what I typically do, but like that's not a bad thing. Okay, that is not the thickness I want for that. That's too thick. You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna go over here and do this. I need to thicken up some of these lines here. And then I'll just color them in. You know, I don't know if I've talked about this on stream or not, but something I've noticed about my art that I find very interesting is that, like, when you look at some of my old art, there was this sort of like attempt to do like cell shading in its own way, and I don't feel like I really had a good grasp of like what to do with it. And then I started like I drifted into trying to do like more realistic-esque shading, which helped me with my texture work, but didn't help with like this art. And now I'm back to doing like the more cell shaded stuff, except now I know what the fuck I'm doing, and it looks a lot better. Like I pulled this up open, yeah. Where is it? I can find it. Yeah. So here's like the art stuff, or not this. This is recent. Let's not look at that. Hold on. Let me find it. We had, yeah, here it is. So you can look at like my old art of like Coco, and you can see how like I tried doing cell shading stuff here, but like I'm bad about contrast. I don't know how to do the hair stuff with it. Like there's ways I didn't really know what to do, and then we kind of drifted into trying to do some of it here, but again, contrast is kind of bad, and then I sort of stopped doing it with some of the art. And we like the realistic shading, and then like immediately as soon as I started getting into like eraser designs properly, it's like, oh yeah, now we're back to cell shading. We're doing it better. We got it.
Going back.
I think actually it's like doing Shantae style stuff is why I got better at that.
Yeah, studying the Shantae style.
Yeah, because that stuff is also a big influence on how I do things, which is very good, I think. Because Shantae stuff is just, it's so cute.
Yeah, we were talking about the, like, learning art. And what it... We were talking about, like, learning and practicing art, not the fact that you can't do it or you can't see what you want to do, because like a lot of it's observation skills and just being willing to like draw what you observe, but also being willing to correct what you've made a mistake on.
Yeah.
There's one of those, but also like training the disconnect between what you see, what your mind interprets, and what actually comes back out on paper when you draw it. And that's something that has to be trained as well, and it's not a really good concrete kind of thing, because that's what it's the feel of doing stuff when you draw.
Yeah.
You know, and like you only get that from like practice, and it's there's just a few things that you have to really kind of like pay attention to when drawing, because like I don't know about like innate talent. I think the people who like consider are talented, quote unquote, naturally talented, they just have good observation skills. And they've probably trained like what they see in front of them or mentally, and they've trained it somewhere doing along the lines of putting it out on paper or through their hands in something else, maybe building something or whatever they do daily, because people who are very book oriented and don't work with their hands a lot will struggle a little harder because they're just not used to the information going from mind to paper. Kind of deal. They're not trained on that, so it takes a bit more practice.
Yeah, I can see that.
But it's something anybody could do. They just have to realize, like, wait, there's a disconnect here, and I have to like train the connections, basically.
Yeah, this is what, it's not in her like character model necessarily, but like you go look at some of the cutscenes and you'll see that in her eyes. Actually, I think I need to go back and undo this because they go inverse to each other. That was a little chunkier than I was drawn on.
Chunky. Crazy.
Just a will bit. Let's see. I think I do want to like. Wait, that's not right.
How did I handle that?
Oh, that's okay. Never mind. I put it in that. Let me.
Okay, that's how I handled that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm just gonna erase it. haven't said if I like the black as a part of how her eyes look here or not. Maybe.
Where?
The pupils being a black as opposed to like I was thinking of making them this dark like maroon color, but I think the black actually looks okay, which is probably fine. I'll fill it in. It's higher contrast, which is more so the important part of that.
She got that crazy face.
This is almost pulled out verbatim from like one of her cutscenes. The mouth is not quite the same shape, but it's close enough. Let's see. Let's just do normal. Let's go to the... Yeah, I don't know why it's not doing that. Okay. Oh, that's not helpful. Glow. I think just normal. That's fine. We'll work with that. No, that is the wrong layer.
Whee!
Screet.
Probably work on this Miku stuff. While
Miko.
you're streaming later tonight. What are you streaming tonight?
More Honkai stuff. We got Elysian Realm things to do.
Let's see.
Sushong needs to be played. We got stuff to do with Sushong, which should be fun. Alright, now where are the whites of your eyes, Burnice? Okay, yeah, it's here. Click to layer below. Let's find the dark gray I use for this. Let's see. I'm trying to match how they do this a little bit anyway. So I think this gray needs to be a different color. Or different layer, sorry. Let's see, screen maybe? Soft light. Hard light. No. 50% is probably okay. There we go. Let's see. What color do I have that's close to the inside of her mouth? What color's close to this? Do I even have a color close to this? I might not. I may need to go steal one. Where is your mouth layer at? That's teeth. That's mouth. Okay. I really should name my layers. That might be a good idea. But why would I do that?
I absolutely have to while I'm working on this stream avatar stuff. Because there's just so many different layers for animations. I can't not. Otherwise, I just lose track of everything. Because normally I am kind of bad about layer naming.
Yeah, it's a problem.
I think I would be really good at cutting images for live 2D, though.
I mean, yeah, if you're already kind of doing that, that's like a huge part of the process, so
Yeah.
that would make sense.
That would be one of the skills I don't think I'd have trouble with, actually. I think I'd be actually really good at that.
I'd have to adjust my workflow a bit to be able to do that properly, I think. Let's see. I think I've got her eyes done, skin's done for now. I need to shift into something else. Do I want to do her hair right now? That might be a task.
I don't know. Do you want to do hair now?
I'm deciding. I haven't decided yet. Because I'm gonna have to do. Because I'm looking at the art they have for her. You can see it over here. That they have like a shadow from her glasses onto everything else. I will have to draw that too, if I want it to be accurate enough. That's gonna be the whole thing. There's gonna be a lot that I'm gonna have to do about this. If I want it to be kind of close. We also need to, like, when I do the coloring for her backpack fuel tank thing, I'm going to add like hatching to make it look damaged, because it's gonna have to have those like scrape marks and things to it. It's fine though. We can figure that out. Let's see. Where is her hair layer? It's not that. That's skin. There's hair. Or I could do the black. I could do that now, which would be the large chunk of everything that I would need to do for this. A very, very massive chunk of it. I might do that. It might be somewhat easier to do. What is that emote, Fox? Stinky cheese? Oh, so it's Charlie. Got it.
It's not. I'm not stinky cheese.
Yeah, but you are a stinky cat, so.
I'm not a stinky cat.
I don't make the
a
rules,
clean
Charlie.
cat.
No, stinky. Don't let her lie to you, chat. She's stinky. Is Twitch default? I would not know, to be perfectly honest with you. Alright, let's see. Let's go back and look at our reference image. Alright, let's see. I'm probably going to have to use my line tools for this. Oh yeah, I've twisted Burnice's body slightly differently in my art than the actual image is. Her chest is facing the opposite direction, so I can't quite follow it. But that's fine. We don't have to be exact necessarily. I can look at her other art for reference on some stuff.
I've run into an issue.
Oh? What issue be that?
The way Miku's twin tails overlaps the body kind of messes with like how the layer order is perceived in stream avatars because it covers up one of her arms.
Right.
Which is okay if it was the other arm, but it's not. It's the one that carries stuff. So anytime that like Miku would be holding something, or somebody who's using this hair set would be using something, you wouldn't be able to see it because it's behind the twin tails. That's supposed to be technically behind the item that you're carrying, because the pixels are so large, it takes up so much space. So now I'm sitting there thinking, is it just something I'm just whatever? It's just that hairstyle has some wonkiness, and or do I fix it? And by fixing it would mean I'd have to separate it into two categories by setting it on a separate layer and actually putting it behind. So like the twin tails themselves, not the bangs and like the top of the head, would be on two different layers, and you'd have to select it in two different places to get it to work.
I don't know.
I don't know. It might actually work out fine because like the hair bangs part is like a full piece of hair, so like it can be its own hair piece, and like if people want to add Miku twin tails, that is also fine, and they're already animated. But as I'm looking at this now, it's like I'm gonna have to technically put these on two different layers if I actually want them to work properly. It's a very stream avatars thing.
Yeah.
It's just how like the program's put together.
And this black is going to take some time to get set up correctly, I think. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but it is going to be a thing.
It's going to take a moment.
Yeah, because I've got to specify like where all of the creases are, and like how many of those I want to actually draw in here.
And for the pixel thing, luckily enough, I already have these separated out, so I would just have to save them as two different items. It's an extra step.
Extra work! Hooray!
It is a challenge, but it's fine.
I mean, challenges are still fun. Still like doing those.
Oops, it's the exact same. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I haven't done anything with like stream avatars. That's not like a thing on my streams. It probably could be, but I think I'd have to change how my layout looks to really.
Well, if
suited
you
to
want to
that.
later, like do all your girls in pixel, I'll just give you like the bases that I use, and you can draw your own over the top of it. You won't have to like figure out all the animations and stuff. You just have to draw pixels. You can make your own little team tech doing running around on the bottom, but it is gonna take
Yeah.
some time. It's not like a fast process, but it's not hard.
Yeah.
You don't
I
have
mean,
to do all these layers and things. Like you just select a single like character. I'm doing a thing where like they can make their own characters, kind of stuff. But you can just set it up where it's like, oh, there's just like this one. You can choose out of these like 10 characters to run amok, kind of deal.
Yeah,
If
that
you
could
wanted
be
to do
kind
it
of
that
fun.
way.
Yeah, you guys could choose any of my OCs. I do want to have like more representation for them on my content. I want to have like emotes themed around them, and you can choose which team to go for and things like that, like which one you wanted to like support or be a part of. If you wanted like Pulse's team and other stuff, then you could be on hers, or if you wanted Coco and the rest, then you could do that too. There's a lot of things like that that I want to like. Moving forward, as I start like rebuilding Coco's model, there's like other things that are on my brain about that exact kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to incorporate this more. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Whether or not anybody actually would be involved in it or not, I don't know. But like, I like it. I think it'd be fun to do.
I still want to like release like this animation format out to other VTubers if they wanted to make their own like stream avatar VTuber and then send it back to me. But I haven't quite figured out the best way of handling that just yet. Because I'd have to build a little bit of a guide. It wouldn't be too hard, but and I'd have to build a version in Photoshop and maybe a version in Clip Studio for them just to be ready to go, kind of deal. So they can send it back to me. I think it would be a fun project, but I don't know how many people would be interested as well. It's like, hey, there's this thing out here. If you want to participate, go for it.
Yeah. I just think, like, for me, like, my characters, I need to do more stuff with them, and I would like other people to be, like, invested in them and their stories, which means I have to, like, tell their stories, but...
Yeah.
I like my girls. I like their designs. I think they're a lot of fun, and I want to, like, incorporate more people into that. Have it be more fun for people, and not just myself. Because right now, it's absolutely like a vanity project. But I mean, nothing wrong with vanity projects. It's just something to do.
Nope.
Yeah. That works for that for now, anyway. Okay, apparently I put the gray for this in some other layer, and I don't know what layer it's in. You know what? I bet it's like above. It's not the skin. It's not that. It's not that. Where are you? Where did I hide you? Okay, it's not that. Oh shit, it's like up higher than that. Okay, where the fuck are you? Okay, there it is. I put it in the wrong layer here. Select color gamut. There we go. That's where that's supposed to be. That was just an annoying thing I did to myself. Doot doot doot.
Doot doot.
Doot doot doot. Oh, I didn't want that. I want this.
I'll have to fix that. Okay, I'll do that now.
Are you gonna do it now, Charlie? Are you sure? You certain about that?
I am so certain that it is my fate.
'Tis your fate. Yeah, this is by no means gonna be this dark when I finish with this. I gotta add in like underlighting and stuff to really improve contrast here, which I do on my own stuff in general anyway. But I'm gonna have to make sure that's added. It's a bit of a necessity if I want to have better contrast here. Of course, when I add the actual fire at some point in time, when I finish doing not just the PNG of her, that'll be a whole thing.
Yeah. Seems so.
You sure? You certain?
Not certain, but we'll find out.
And don't you love when I'm just super helpful?
You're so helpful.
Yeah, definitely not
Just
being
like
an
a toddler
obnoxious.
trying to help their mom like cook something.
See, this is why you're not beating the mom allegations.
Look, I'm helping, and like throwing
You'll
flour
never
all
be-
over the place.
Yep. Told you, you're
That is
never
your,
beating mom
that's your
allegations.
energy. That is exactly who you are.
Uh,
Banging pots in the background. Motivation. Bang, 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 bang.
bite, 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 bite. So this is why you're never beating mom allegations. You're a VTuber mom, whether you like it or not. This is the role you have now. For better or worse, this is where you are. Cheerlead's mother?
Maybe that's what I should like apply for as like a HoloLiver. I'll just be HoloLive mom.
Yeah. Yep, VTuber mom. Just embrace it. That would be kind of funny, actually.
I'm very amused though. It's not something I expected, like how moms have gotten involved in the VTuber scene.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I blame Silverveil for this, because she's the one who really got her mom started in, and kind of like created like a persona for her online for interactions, because apparently she's very close to her mom, which is great.
Yeah.
But I know like Fillion does stuff like that, even Pecora. HoloLive got her mom involved. I'm like, dude.
Wow.
So she's got like, there's Pecora mom, and there's like a lot of people who love her. This is like busty Pecora.
God, can you imagine? Because like, you know what my family's like. Can you imagine my parents, like my mom, being
God.
involved? That'd be a mess.
No.
That would be a disaster of unparalleled proportions. We don't need that. I am of the mind that like I don't think my parents even really understand what it is I do anyway. I don't think they really get it. They've asked me about it, but I think they just it's so far beyond what they get.
My
that it's like,
family knows, but like they just they don't really understand what goes on with it. Like, sure, dear. Glad you're having fun.
It's like, yep.
Meanwhile,
good doing
except for my dad. My dad's like, he wants me to go like the serious art route.
I like doing like galleries and
For what?
stuff.
Yeah, for one, he didn't want me to be an art student at all. Like, he did not want me to be an art major. And I absolutely wanted to be an art major. But because of this, I kind of like spent way too much time early in my college career trying to placate my dad by like seeing if there was anything else that I wanted to learn about while I was in college that I could do besides art. So I took like a ton of different classes just to check out like what other things I could do as a career, which is not a very financially sound thing to do.
No,
And
it is
also
not.
got me very tired of college too quickly. But he wanted me to like become a pharmacist, and I'm like, I don't want to be a pharmacist. So, like, I looked into like programming, and like I was like, psychology sounds interesting, so I like took some psychology and sociology courses. And I just took everything except art for 2 years in college because my dad's like, no, you shouldn't be an art student. You can't make any money. But now dad's like, well, since you're art, you should be in galleries and stuff like that. Why aren't you making gallery? I'm like, I want to be in gallery work. I do not like any part of that culture. I hate it.
That's such a mood, though. I think that, like, I guess I kind of, like, bought into it because I think my parents were also very much of the mind of, like, you do not need to be an artist for a living. And so that, like, was never really on the table as, like, a thing that I could consider. And then now
Yeah.
here I am doing, like, I go to my full-time job, and I'm like, I would rather be at home doing art. I would much rather be at home working on art projects.
Right. I would have much more enjoyed learning like art and business around art, like making contracts and like learning how to do stuff, which I did suffer in that. I just took the art courses and didn't really understand how like commission and marketing. That was never taught to us. We were just taught skills on how to do art, and that was it.
Right.
So I absolutely needed that. I think if I were to go back and do it again, I think I would have really done well in industrial design, is where you design. That includes like video games, but also enjoys like toys, creating like toys, and board games, and it also includes like creating machine parts and things like that. But there are different tracks in industrial design. I'm like, well, I probably should have done that. I think I would have really liked that. Then I could have learned like CAD and a few other like 3D programs, which I didn't have access to because I wasn't an architecture student. But yeah, they also didn't teach it at the school that I went to. I would have had to go to a different college.
Yeah, I think if I had wanted to do art, it would have been a task, to say the least. I think I would have enjoyed it, though. I think that would have been a lot of fun. I would have had like a very different college experience.
I really
but...
liked my college time, like in art classes. Those were always fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would have had an exceptionally different time.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, geology was nice, and I don't hate my time doing geology work, but like, I feel like I probably would have had a lot of fun doing art stuff as well. And I would have learned a lot more about like business and stuff, which I definitely needed to know, and I have never been particularly good at. So like,
Nah, I wouldn't mind taking a few business classes now just to like figure out some stuff. But whatever.
it's fine. This is fine. I think if I could go back and change some stuff, that would probably be one thing I would consider, if like just doing that instead.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe I would have been a world famous artiste and illustrator.
Quite possibly.
I doubt it though. But we're still grinding away. We're still improving. My art is definitely leagues better now than it was, 5-6 years ago when I started doing VTubing.
Yes, you have improved quite a bit.
I love seeing that.
So-
Like I've talked this many times, but I love looking at like how my art has gotten better over the years. It's such a satisfying thing to like look at that and recognize, oh yeah, like I am much better than I was. Of course, your art's gotten a lot better too.
I think
Like-
it's improved in like really minor ways, but because of doing texture work and stuff for like 3D modeling and stuff, there's a good attention to detail that I've really started to pick up on in some things. I need to get back to actual like figure work and like drawing actual like people and objects, but when it comes to coloring and detailing, I've gotten very good at that.
Yeah. I feel like, especially for like detailing and stuff and proportions particularly, like my proportions used to be just butt ass, and I do feel like they are much better now. And part of that's because I rely on like Clip Studio's like 3D model thing to kind of help keep me on track. But it isn't just that. Like I just have a much better grasp of what we're doing, and that's pretty cool. I'm here for that. So we were looking at some of my old art like earlier in stream, and it's like, yeah, this is so much better now than it ever was when I started. And I'm really proud of that.
So, good work.
Yeah. Proud of me, Mom?
Ooh.
I love how that's become your response to me doing that joke. It's like, who? Charlie's mom. It's just how it is. Whether she likes it or not. Her silence says all you need to know about her response to that.
Right. To the top. I'm still actually like slowly animating these things that I'm working on.
Nice.
I am making progress.
Progress. I mean, I made a significant amount of progress already. Like, this black is taking forever, and we're gonna have to add a lot more of like highlighting and underlighting and shit like that. But it's coming along. Like this, from us having like not a whole lot of line art earlier today to like having this being where we are now. Like, yeah, we're doing pretty good. Also, I said I was gonna stop at 3 earlier, and I lied. It's 3:30.
Yep.
It's fine. Now I'm just, focused in.
Now you're committed.
I mean, I'm not committed to finishing it. That ain't happening. But like, we
At least this
will.
part.
Yeah, at least finish the black section here and do like the highlights and stuff.
You desire the mines. Time to throw Foxtrot into Minecraft.
Yeah. Charlie will drag you into it just like she did me. Helping time.
Yep.
I don't remember if we ever talked about that on stream or not. Helping time. So Charlie and I, we talk pretty regularly. We're always on the phone or whatever. And this also means that occasionally we will be chatting while one of us is eating.
Mm-hmm.
And Charlie has this thing, she'll go, help. She goes to bite stuff.
Help. Mm-hmm.
It's just since become like when we're munching, just helping time. Just help.
It's helping time.
Which sounds terrible.
It does.
It sounds so not like what we're saying, but like it's very amusing that that's what it is anyway. It's like, yeah, no, this is what it is now. Help. It's consumption time. Should have to install Minecraft on your computer, or you could.
Somebody brought me a burger and fries.
Ooh.
Well, it's a McDonald's burger, but
I could make
It's
burger. I
free
had
food.
burger yesterday. I don't need to make a burger again. I need to have other not burgery foods. But like, I also like burger.
Yep, the dogs are gonna be excited. Their favorite person's home.
Oh man.
Ah.
Huh?
How many more of these do I gotta do? Let's see if I can finish
A lot.
before
All of
Obsi does.
That's an excellent question of will you finish before I do? Because even I don't know when I'm going to be done with this stuff. Like next session for sure, like whenever we do this again, we will absolutely be done with at least this part. Which, that's fun. But I do want to take a screen cap of this. So we can see like what started this and why. Because it's just fun. Hold on, let me find a snipping tool. Alright, let's go over here. Alright, there it is. Oh god, it's so small. I forgot how big I made this. Yeah, we have like this one screen cap from one cutscene, and I'm like converting it into this.
Yeah.
In my own way, it's not the same. It's not 1-to-1, but it's whatever. I find that very funny that I'm like looking at this. I'm like trying to make my own version of this.
Jumping like
Yeah.
crazy in the background.
I mean, if you look at the actual like cutscene, there is like a long stream of flamethrower stuff that covers like half the screen from her, and I'm like, I don't even know how I'm gonna stylize flamethrower shit yet. I haven't even got to that yet. Because I'm gonna have to add like a glow from where the fire's coming from, and like some lighting effects that come from that too. Like right now we're just getting like some of the base colors and shadows for everything needs to be, and then we'll recolor a lot of it
Yeah.
later. But like, oh my god, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. So much work to do. We are far from done, my guy. No rest for the starving artist. Undo that, actually. I was still skeptical about how well this was gonna look or not. I wasn't quite sure. Because I opened it up before stream and I was like looking at my line art and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this yet. Like a lot of it's good, but I'm not sure about all of it. And now that I'm like actually committing to getting some of it done, yeah, this is coming along pretty nicely. I think both of these need to be filled in as well. What I'm probably gonna have to do 70%. Fucking hey, pen. Are you fucking up? You're just having a hard time.
Just being a blit.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of pen issues today. Windows might be fucking with things.
It's very possible.
Now let's go back over to how they did their own shading for her. Charlie has received cats. What do you mean? What did Charlie do for cats?
What did I do? What have I done?
What have I done? Cue all the fucking Star Wars memes, like usual. Let's see, what do I want to use as an underglow color? They use like a purple, which might be okay. I might be able to do something with that. Stop that. Right. I forgot. Shit. Stop it.
Bum.
Bump. That's a little too subtle, actually. Add glow. I might just leave it at normal and just put it at like 50% or something like that. Bum, 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 bum.
Yep. How?
How? Even though I don't even have any food.
Yeah, you need to go and eat some lunch.
I do. That's why I'm gonna have to like make sure I stop at a decent time. I can actually go get food. We're getting there, though. Slowly but surely.
The bomb animation, so gremlin.
The bomb animation so gremlin?
It's just got like the gremlin pose. It's like, eh.
Eh. Turn that back on so we can actually see where that is. I have to add like a secondary shadow layer that's like slightly darker than even this one I've started with. Add some better contrast into it. Certain places. We'll figure it out though.
I like that purple though.
Yeah, I think the purple looks pretty nice. It's taking a bit of time to get it. I'm in the wrong fucking layer.
Right. I have technically finished.
Nice.
That round. That round of animation. I'll have to do the clothes too. Maybe. I don't know how much I'm going to make the clothes. It might just not be. Save it.
Save.
Go test it.
Supposing I didn't add like the shading to her thing over here. Oh, nope, stop that. Like, I may not need too much underglow on everything, but I definitely need to make sure I've added it where it needs to go. Because how I do shadows is definitely very different from how they do things, so it's going to be a whole thing. Turn this off for a second. You still gonna make this difficult for me? It does not want to select the things I told it to select. That has like a highlight there instead. I'll add some variation to that, which would be nice.
Yeah.
I want to make that brighter almost somehow. Maybe not that bright, but maybe like 75. Just a brighter underglow or something. See here. Add it up here. And once we get the highlights into this too, that's gonna look pretty good. My style isn't exactly the way that they do stuff for Zenless, but there is a relatedness to it that I think lends itself well to it. Like I noticed when I was looking at this, like I always like to do this like a big black border on the outside of my characters these days. Adds to like the kind of cartoony vibe to it. And I noticed that with Zenless and only with Zenless that they do the same thing.
Yeah.
That when they finish their art, which has like much thinner lines, it's a lot more going on here. That like they also have this big chunky outline, which works very well because that's exactly what I do. I didn't even have to like have them do that. Like I can already do this myself. See, let's turn on the sketch layer for a second because I need to see something. Now, where's the 3D model at? I don't even see it. Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's back there.
Gone.
Okay, I can see it. It's difficult to see because it's like kind of hidden back there somewhere. Oh, I know why it's doing that. It's because of the border on the outside. Hold on. Hit. now let me turn this down a bit. Because I need to adjust where this purple actually is. Alright, there we go. We got it now.
Got it.
That is not what I meant to do. Oh, stop that. Stop that. Illegal. Time for... what is that? Is that coffee? Is that what that emote is? Time for burger. Okay. Burger. I might do burger. I might do burger. I do like burgers.
I have to go up and get properly dressed. I still have pajamas on.
Gotta put on pants.
Yeah.
We don't wear pants here. Who does pants? Pants are illegal.
Pants. Yeah,
No
gotta
pants.
put on the pants. Gotta go run amok a little bit.
Amok.
Come on. Ah, it'll be good to get out of the house a little bit. It's,
Yeah,
it's
that's
nice
probably a
out.
good
It's
idea.
very humid because of all the rain and stuff yesterday. It's still warm and humid, but
Yeah, humidity is disgusting. We hate that here.
bleh.
This is why, like, I had to... I don't know if I explained this for stream or not, but... So my apartment has a patio. And I am on the ground floor, if nothing else, which makes this kind of annoying to, like, do. But I ended up, like, basically enclosing it with, like, a tarp. So that way I could stick a dehumidifier out there and, like, get rid of all of the disgusting Georgia humidity. Because I want no part of that. And it does work, like, surprisingly well. Like, it is decently effective without making it too hot out there. Like, it's already fairly hot, like, it's not going to make it, like, not gross.
You about to get a greenhouse now.
Well, you said that, but, like, I tested this last year, and because I don't have any, like, direct sunlight, it doesn't actually get too bad out there. If I were, like, in a very, you know, like, sun-facing area, yeah, we would have a problem, but, like...
Yeah, one of those, like, tower fans to go out there, like, just kind of turns her in.
I have one of those in my bedroom. It's on right now, actually, I think, because it's so hot in here. My AC does a stupid thing where it's like, no. Like, even though we're set to cool, it's not actually cooling. It's gonna warm it back up to, like, 75. I'm like, stop that. You're set to cool only. You ass. But it's like, no. Did you want it turned on? Did you sure you wanted the heat turned on? I think you wanted the heat turned on. I'm like, no, I didn't. Stop that. But it doesn't know how.
It makes me wonder if they wired it correctly.
Who knows?
I'm gonna be honest, because like, I moved into a condo. It was a brand new condo, mid college, right? Because renting in a condo and like paying the university was basically the same, so I might as well get like my own place
Yeah.
instead of have 4 random roommates.
Valid.
And but they wired all of the like air conditioning up and down the 6 units wrong. So I was turning on the people's like AC on the bottom floor, and they were turning like the middle floor was turning mine on.
Oh yeah,
And
you
so
mentioned
they-
this to me before. I
They
remember
never
that.
worked correctly. I'm like, it's not working, and then they because my dad and I told my dad, I was like, I don't think they've got this set up right because it doesn't turn on at all. And so he brought like a tech out, and they're like, yeah, they accidentally wired the entire complex completely wrong.
Yeah, I feel like I need to do that for my apartment because, like, I have to explain to you guys a little bit about this struggle. So there is a plug directly underneath my desk, which I was going to plug everything into, but it turns out this plug, for whatever godforsaken fucking reason, is controlled by a light switch on the other side of the room. And you turn it on, and the plug turns off. I don't know why. That's a really stupid thing. So, like, I have that as a problem already. But, like, I taped it into the on position, and I'm like, okay, surely now I will not have to worry about this again. Like, this is taped up, it's done. We're cool. We were not cool. Because apparently, it's just decided, no. Like, this is not how this works. You don't work at all. This is not functioning. I'm like, you asshole, stop that. And it just,
Is
it
there more
can't.
than one? Is there more than one like lights for your room, like a light switch?
Yes, there's 2. So there's the light switch that controls the plug, and then there's a light that controls the actual light, like on the fan. So, like, I put in, like, requests, like, multiple times, like, hey, can you guys please come in here and take a look at this? This isn't working right. Please fix it. And they always like, no, plug's working fine. I'm like, it's not working fine. It sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Something is fucked up there, and that's a fire hazard. And I guarantee you, they come in here, they tested it, and it worked for a second, and then they didn't bother to change it at all. Guarantee you that's what happened. Every single time. And I'm like, I just need to, like, be here so I can walk through it of, like, no, this shit does not work. This is a hazard. Please fix it.
Right.
But, like, no. So it's just fucked up. I don't know what they did. They busted
It
it.
sounds like a conflict in wiring too.
Yeah, there's whatever is
Or they
busted there. I
Tried to
don't-
set it up as a 2-way switch and they messed up.
Yeah. There's clearly something not right, but I don't think I can convince them to come and actually, like, fix it. So I don't know what I'm gonna do about that, honestly. It's a
I
frustrating
mess with
turn
it
of
next time
events.
I get there. We're like, let me play with it.
Let me play with it.
Let me play.
Sounds like you getting into trouble. Let's see, what if I steal the color they used for this and recolor this whole layer? Layer settings. It's not clipped to layer below. Put it up to this. What the fuck is that? That is not what I set it to. Yeah, so just merge this.
What the fuck?
Don't you make fun of me, Cheerilee. I know what you're doing. Stop that. I know what you're doing. You proud of yourself?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
It doesn't help that whenever, like, I talk to you, I'm just like, what do? What do it? Like, I do that exact thing. And I'm like, I don't know how to feel about this. She's converted me to a bird, but now I actually do this. And I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, what time is it? It's 4:04. I haven't done the highlights for the black, but we've got some of
Got a
the stuff we
good
needed. Yeah.
Chunk of it done. It's a good stopping point. I'm at a stopping point.
Yeah, and we can start doing my favorite thing whenever I do sketches, which is that I can look at the original sketch and then compare it to where we are currently. So let's go into the sketch layer. Let's turn this off. Turn these up a bit. Or maybe we can turn it down to that. See, here's our sketch so far, and then ba-bam. It's never usually too far off for me, but it is always fun to see like how I fixed some stuff. Like you can see how like I fixed the flamethrowers. Yeah. They're definitely off.
Got it.
Did. So yeah, I guess that's gonna be it for today. I will see you guys again in like 4 hours for Honkai stuff, because we got things to do. Sushang needs to be leveled up in Elysian Realm, and I gotta level up Teddy and a few others. So there's things to be doing. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. We'll have more art stuff next week, and then that'll be that. Where's ABS?
Obs.
Yep. Obs.
Oh, where are you?
I don't know. Actually, before we end stream, is there anybody I want to raid? I don't think Amelie accepts raids. I think she's got that turned off. Yeah, there's not really anybody up right now. Okay,